we are having for today. So this is actually our Mid-Year Student Bootcamp Series, and it is for the year 2025. So basically, we are looking at the possibility of teaching people how to find scholarship opportunities, to study abroad, basically. And before we delve into all of that, actually what we want to really talk to you people about is some of those things that you really need to know, because we were once in your position, right? So we really understand how you guys feel currently. We can understand if you feel lost. We can really understand if you feel like you don't know what you are doing, basically. So we thought it wise, or we thought it as an initiative to come to you guys to really like spread the word, to give you like an insight, or a insight rather, into how to navigate, right, the scholarship landscape, because it is very, very important. And if you look at the flyer that we circulated around, you can see that there is a place that says students in arts, social sciences, and humanities. And that is like our catchment areas. But it is not restricted or limited to these, academic backgrounds alone. And the reason we are doing this currently, and the reason we make those background our priority in a way, is because over time, students from this background, especially arts, social sciences and humanities, and also education, right? They've reached out to us and they've really complained that they are not getting scholarship opportunity. What is really happening? And it has really been like a huge roller coaster for most of us, and it makes us to become very emotional. But then we would like to really inform you guys that there are so many opportunities. It is just a matter of who you know, how you are able to network, right? And when I say who you know, I'm not saying that because you know somebody, maybe a professor abroad, then automatically you are going to get a scholarship. No. But I'm just telling you about the importance of networking, reaching out to people, going for professional functions, and all of that. Putting yourself out there, it's very, very important. So that is one of the reasons, or that is like an umbrella reason why we are organizing something like this for a lot of people. And those students that are coming from STEM background, they can also join, because there are some things, there are some information that are generic that they will also benefit from. So let us fly. Yeah, because for this session we'll be having a total of, I think, 4+ hours, because we have 4 different discussion like sections that we really want to fly and make the best use of our time. So guys, sit back, relax, and pay rapt attention to everything that we'll be saying. um Next to me, right, is scholar Adedolapo Adewoyi. That is our guest for today. And we also have somebody that is going to be moderating the discussion, gathering the questions that you people will be answering, and that is scholar Ojediran Olumide Israel. He's going to join this live very soon. He's my friend. Scholar Olumide is actually in the United States pursuing his PhD. The same thing applies to Scholar Adedolapo that is on your screen right now. So she's going to introduce herself, and she's going to fly into what she has for us today, um, taking us through what it takes to prepare for scholarship application, telling us our own personal experience, explaining to us what really matters. Like, are we talking about grade? Is age a limiting factor? What about publication? She's going to run through all of that. She'll introduce herself shortly. Thank you so much. Welcome, Scholar Adedolapo. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
You can overhype today. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I just hope my network is going to do the best because right now I'm in
Okay.
Nigeria and I'm not trusting the network so much. But but I believe it will work well. So my name is Adedolapo Adewuyi. I am a graduate of History and International Studies from Ekiti State University. And I'm a second year student in PhD at the United States of America in History. So I think for today, whatever I'm going to do here, it's just going to be like sharing my personal experience, what I think is going to work for you guys when you want to apply for scholarship abroad, especially in the USA. Yeah, so yeah, and I guess I'll be open to questions. If you have any questions that is bothering you, or if you have any questions that you feel I can answer, and most especially in the humanities, because like I said, I'm in history. I'm from history background and I'm currently in history program. So yeah. And
Okay,
also I
thank you.
also appreciate today for giving me this opportunity to be part of your live session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you are very
I
much welcome. I
appreciate.
mean, I mean, guys, for real, like scholar Adedolapo did not really give me a tough time. I am very appreciative of that, because when I reached out to her, I just explained some few things to her and she immediately locked in. For real, it is difficult to find somebody like scholar Adedolapo, and I'm not hyping her. I want to believe that a lot of you, right, a lot of you people that are looking for these opportunities abroad, you must have reached out to scholars and you know the kind of energy you got from them. So don't think that this energy is something that they give to you alone. I also have my own fair share, of this kind of energy. But we are not going to talk about that. Scholar Adedolapo is just going to delve into our own discussion, like I have highlighted. So, Scholar Adedolapo, um, I would just like you to, tell us what it takes to prepare for scholarship application. I know that that is like a generic question. It takes a lot. So we are just going to narrow it down to you telling us your personal experience, what really matters, just as we have outlined in the main discussion, which is actually the first discussion.
Yeah. So let me address this first. I think we have to drop the scholar and you have to call me Dolapo. Yeah, so I'll be very cool with you calling me Dolapo so that it won't take that long time to pronounce the name. It's just Dolapo. If you prefer
Okay.
the Dolapo to, it's fine. Yeah, so yeah, Hmm. I felt there is a lot, but it might not really be a lot. But whatever I believe in, especially when it comes to scholarship application, is your readiness. Because sometimes if you are not ready, no matter how people push you, no matter how people tells you what to do, no matter how people encourage you, you might not be encouraged. But
Hmm.
if you are ready and I don't know what to say, but I don't know if it yeah, I don't know how to say it exactly. But sometimes when you are pushed, when things is pushing you, you will be pushed to do whatever you have to do to leave Nigeria. Because there are many people that has reached out to someone. Sometimes you try to provide some opportunities to them to attend to them, and by the time they are giving you feedback or you are the one doing the follow up, you see that there is no much readiness. But when you are ready, no matter like when people give you informations on what you do, it will be easier for you because you already make up your mind to do that thing. So I felt like the first thing that was up for me was because I was ready. And the reason why I'm saying I'm ready, I was ready, 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 is because actually you have to be ready. If you are not ready, no matter the pushing, you're not going to like actually like really move forward. So I felt like your readiness is very important. And I felt your hard work too is very, very important. As at the time I was doing my application, I was working in a bank. And that time it wasn't that easy for me to just focus on scholarship alone. I think
Hmm.
before I started working in a bank, I have a full time for myself. But I'm just trying to say that no matter where you are working or no matter how busy you are, if you create some time, because most times I get back home in the evening, like very late, and I would just like schedule a lot of time for myself to connect with people, network with people, and to prepare my application materials. So I feel like your readiness is very important. Your hard work is very important. And I think another thing that Tunde listed in the advert was age and age. I can't remember what next you
Yeah, I
listed.
think I also
I think
made
you
mention
listed
of
age, you
publications.
listed publications, and you
Yeah.
listed, there was one that you listed as first.
I think I said like relevant grades, age and publications
Relevant
and
grades.
etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for as for grades, I feel grade is very, very important. I don't need to deceive anyone here because with my own experience, with people I've met abroad, especially in the USA, most students with PhD or with master's scholarships, they are always with a good CGPA. But notwithstanding, we have cases of people that has low CGPA, but when people like that have low CGPA, you will see that they have extra achievements. They are like they tend to do more than people that has good grades. You see them having a lot of publications. You see some people that has work in academic fields or work in areas that can improve their applications. So I feel like grade is very important. But if you didn't make that grade while you were supposed to make it, it's still fine. You can just add some extra activities, things that can boost your CV or boost your achievements. So I think yeah, grade is very important, but it's not the end of it. Then I feel about publications, as much as publication is important, I don't think it's that compulsory or mandatory for everybody to have. I have a lot of friends that we are into the PhD program together, that we enter together and they don't have publications. For me, I only had one, but with my experience in school so far, I don't think it really matters. But if you don't have a good CGPA, I feel like then it might become an important area for you to look at. So publication might help your application process. Then about the age factor, no. I don't think age is even necessary at all. We have people of younger age, we have people of middle age, we have people of old age, no matter how you want to name it. Yeah, because I have people that are younger than me in my PhD program, like way younger. But when you get there, you are mates, and you have people that are way older than you, so
Mm.
I don't think age is age is really a factor. I don't think so. And I don't think the gap too is very so important. Like maybe you graduated 10 years ago, you graduated 20 years ago, and you feel because of that you cannot push forward, because of that you cannot apply. I do not think so. Because I have people that are in their 30s, close to their 40s, and some people are parents and they came from Nigeria to United States as parents, and they are still parents over there. So I do not think age is really a big factor for you to get a scholarship. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Doctor. I said doctor. I'm already calling you a doctor. Thank you so much, Dolapo. I really
Okay.
appreciate your
Yeah.
exposition on all of that. It's very, very important. I mean, a lot of people think that when you have low CGPA, it's the end of your life when they are looking for scholarship opportunity. And I always tell them that, put yourself in the shoes of these people that you are reaching out to get opportunity. If you were the one that are looking for a student, right? Or maybe you are a university looking for a student, and then you see a student that is having a low CGPA, and then you see another student with like a very presentable CGPA. Like, who are you going to put your interest on? Because we are talking about funding here. These people are going to give you their money so that you can come pursue a PhD or a master's degree program. So, in order for you to stay on the safer side, if you have a low CGPA, you need to have publication. You really need some extra values, put some extra assets. In fact, you might even be surprised that you are having a low CGPA, but because you are having publication, do you know it means that for you to have a publication, you must have networked with people, you must have done this back and forth review upon review. So these researchers or these professors would really want somebody like that, because what they do too is research and they want to publish. So they feel that you're already in the know of that reality, and it is going to be easy when they, form that relationship with you, that supervisor supervisee relationship. So please, guys, nobody is going to do it for you. Try as much as possible, look for publication, get professional certification. We are going to talk about all of these things, but scholar Dolapo, please, I don't know, the scholar keeps coming to my head. Dolapo, please,
Yeah.
please forgive me for that. We are going to talk about all of those necessary things that you really need, but I'm very happy that scholar Dolapo is already outlining those things, and you guys should really take your pen. If look at my pen, I'm also learning. Learning does not end, it is a continuum. So we'll move to the B part of your discussion that says applying to the right university. How does this work? I mean, I've seen people like this. The reason I put out these questions is because, sometimes it looks very lame. Like, how can you not know the right university to apply to? I have really spoken to people and they were like, what university should I apply to? How do I do it? I don't know. And, that fire in me would want to really erupt, but then I always try as much as possible to put myself in their position because I've been there before. So I try to be calm with them and then I explain something. So from your own experience, how does it work applying to the right, emphasis on right university, and what approaches work best? I think when you are done with the B1, we can move to the approach part. So how does it work applying to the right universities?
Okay, I think that's a very big question because the truth is that how do you know the best school or how do you know the right school? But as much as I feel every school is right or every school is good, I think what works in the US for people that are looking into scholarship is sometimes to look for maybe something like, I don't know the name to call it right now, something like a state funded school or
Okay.
maybe a federal funded school, not like private university per se. Because I think I've had a lot of conversations with people that has admissions from private universities that are not really funded or that are not fully funded. And trust me, if you go to countries like USA without funding opportunities, it might be difficult for you to move around or to get things done. I don't know. I don't know how to say
Mm,
it specifically, but it won't be easy, trust me. And I don't even advise people to go to United States without a full tuition with stipend.
mm,
Um, so during my own time, what works for me was looking into schools that are like in the middle school. I don't try to look for high profile school, but sometimes it depends on your level of achievement. It
mm,
depends on your level of grades. I'm a first class student from the from the State University, and I was also the best graduating student in my department. So it's not as if my background does not really make sense. It does make sense, but I was looking for funding. I want something quick because when you apply to high profile schools like Harvard, Cornell, like name it all, when you apply to schools like that, a lot of people are applying to the same schools, and how do I call it? It becomes more competitive when you apply to schools like that. So for me, one of the things that works for me, or one of the advice that I received earlier, was to look for schools that are in the middle ranking.
mm,
It won't be so high and it won't be so low. Just stay in the middle. Because sometimes if you even look for schools that are very low, they might not really have funding opportunities. I'm not saying
mm,
they don't have. We have cases of school that might have. So for me, what works best for me, the way I search for my best schools was by looking into middle schools. And trust me, the middle schools I applied to works for me. I didn't just get admission into the school I am in right now. I got admission into other school and I got another funding from another school. But what works for me was looking into school that are in the middle stage. Yeah. And I don't know if you understand what I mean by in the middle. I remember during my own time to apply to. I got a book then. I can't remember the name of the book right now, but there was a link provided, something like a US news, something like that. Because I was focusing on the US and Canada. So there's a particular link that will provide you with link list of schools, especially when you search on your own department or on your own program. I think, yeah, I can't remember how exactly then, but I think I was typing something like history graduates, something history graduate teaching assistant, history research assistant. But there was a particular link I can't remember. I think it was US News. So it provided me with ranks of school based on my department.
Mm.
So I saw schools like Cornell. Cornell was not even in the high, like the high side of it, but it was around somewhere. I applied to Cornell. And I think another thing that also works for me was code emailing. I don't think we are in that section yet, but I just have to mention it somehow. So when I was sending code emails to professors, I know schools that are ready, that are already best for me because the
Mm.
response could tell me which one to go for, which one do I feel if I apply to, I will get the opportunity. So for me, I wasn't looking into schools that are highly profiled. I wasn't looking into schools that are highly competitive. But it doesn't say the middle schools are not competitive. They are
Yeah.
very competitive.
Yeah.
Just like the same way people are applying to the people with schools with high profile, the same way they will be applying to schools with the middle or with the low rank. But people with better achievements, people with I don't know how to say it, but people with maybe God's grace, grace past grace sometimes, or people that their achievements are higher than yours are likely
Mm.
going to get the high rank school. So if they
Yeah.
pick people with more achievements than you, then what about you? Where are you going to get yours? So you're likely going to get yours at the middle one. You're likely going to get yours at the middle one. So sometimes it's just advisable to do things like that. So if I thought you are so passionate about Harvard, if you are so passionate about Miami, you want to go to Texas, you want to go to Florida, you want to go those big cities, if at all you want to go there, just apply to all of them. Just apply to all of them. But if you want to reduce the workload, sometimes you can just pick two schools from the high, from the five schools from the middle, then maybe another two schools from the low. So I feel like, yeah, that's the way you get your best choice. I think so.
Wow. Thank you so much. I hope you
And
guys are yeah, I hope you
oh,
guys are
sorry,
following.
I wanted to add this. Another
Okay.
thing about saying best schools, it depends on how you are saying it. I believe
Mm.
most schools that are offering you fully funding opportunities are already best schools, whether they are
Mm.
low rank, whether they are high rank, whether they are best than most, in fact, they are best than schools in Nigeria. As far as you can get yourself outside, no matter the rank, you are outside, you're abroad, even if you are in Ghana.
Yeah, I understand. I
Yeah, so
understand.
those schools are already best. By the time you say, okay, I'm from University of Memphis, USA, it's best. But looking for admissions, I think I would advise you going for schools that are not so competitive. Every school is competitive, but try to put yourself in a safer side by considering schools that are not so much competitive.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So guys, I hope you guys are following because this is getting very interesting. And from what Dolako is sharing with us right now, it's kind of it's dawning on me that our strategies are definitely different. You see, because I have my own strategy when it comes to searching for, universities that I want to apply to. I have my own strategies. But then she's coming with another, ideology. And I think it is very important that you take this suggestions of ours, right? Take them home. Very, very important. And that is why I brought somebody like Dolako, because I know for sure that she will have something to, give to us during this discussion. So I wouldn't want to talk because I like talking so much. I get carried away easily. So Dolako, can you tell us about, the approaches that work best? You've told us about, highlighting those universities from highly ranked, middle ranked, and low ranked, and the fact that the ones that are low rank are not necessarily low rank in that respect, because if a low rank university is giving you fully funded scholarship and a high rank
Yeah.
university is not giving you fully funded scholarship, then it does not matter anymore if you should
Mhm.
go for the one with high rank, because they are not giving you fully funded scholarship. So you have to go right with the one that is giving you a fully funded scholarship. And I think she made
Mhm.
mention of the fact that you have to spread your wings, explore the options. Don't just put your egg in one basket. It is going to break, and you don't want that to happen. So, what other approaches work best for you? We make some list of those approaches, right? Examples of them: cold emailing, networking, timelines, open ads. Because some people gave this testimony that they just saw one open advert on LinkedIn, they saw one on Facebook, they saw on Twitter,
Mhm.
and then they applied, they got the opportunity. But it is not the case for everybody. So this is
Yeah.
also part of the strategy. So what approach work best? And you cannot know other people's approach. You can only talk about your own approach. So, like, looking at all of this, what can you say in that regard?
So for approach, I believe, in fact, not even a matter of believing, what works best for me was cold emailing.
Mm,
When I was applying to schools, even before I applied to schools, what I started with was cold emailing. Or let me say it like this: what I started with was networking with people.
mm,
I remember when before I started my application, the first place I heard about scholarship opportunities was when I was going to my NYC camp.
mm, mm.
So I met a friend.
Why not? You can.
I was okay, yeah. So until a friend mentioned it to me, inputs. Give me a few seconds, please. Oh, okay. So I started spending a lot of my time on social media, and I felt like that is where we see the good side of social media. There's a particular person calling. So I started spending my time on social media. I, in fact, Twitter was my best friend.
Mm.
I follow a lot of people from Twitter because I think they call it academic Twitter then. So you see people posting about how to write SOP. You see people writing about how to craft a good CV. It was just like that. Then from there, I started reaching out to people like, "Babe, please, bro." I was very respectful. Please,
Mm.
sir. Please excuse me, sir. I already have my SOP. I already drafted my SOP. I need somebody to review it for me. And so sometimes when I say readiness, when you are ready, when you are being pushed, you will do a lot of things.
Mm.
Because ordinarily, I wouldn't have done things like that if I don't need it, if I'm not ready. I can't even count the number of people I reach out to. People that are already in the USO that they are most likely not going to respond to me. And it's
Mm.
not their fault because they are busy over there. So they have a lot of things they are spending their time on. So sometimes you even see people encouraging you on how to reach out to people. Because sometimes they will tell you see people posting about when you are not if you tell me that you want to apply for scholarship, so what should I do? What should I do? So you need to tell them like, sir, please, I already have my SOP in place, but I need somebody to review it for me.
Mm.
Just have to be strategic. You have to show some level of commitment before you we see people that will help you. So that time I was sending messages to I was not picking favorite though. Everybody that is posting about scholarship, everybody that I know that is going to help me. Yeah. So I was reaching out to them, sir. Please, can you help me review my SOP? Can you help me review my CV? And sometimes you get people that will attend to you, and sometimes you will not. So during that process, I got people that attended to me, and that was how I became. I became like it's. I got more encouraged because by the time people review it for you, and review sometimes self can be difficult, especially when you struggle to accept corrections. So
Mm.
when people review it for me, sometimes they be like, "So what do you write here?" And so what? So sometimes those comments can be hurtful. I remember I used to share it there, like, see the way this one even talk. See the way this one even is even saying things. Can't you talk to me more politely? I don't know they were being polite until I get
Mm.
to the US. So when I get to the US, when my advisor reviews some stuffs for me, I'll be like, it'd be like saying that review process is better. Because yeah, so it was like that. People started reviewing for me. I started learning more. I started improving myself. I listened to YouTubes. I attend sections like this. In fact, I became addicted. That was it.
Mm.
I was doing a lot. I was doing a lot. Because compared to the period I was not working and compared to the period I was working, I don't think there was changes. When I was working when I was not working, I was even emotional that period because job hunting in Nigeria, graduating with a first class, and it seems things were not working your way. But I was not giving up. Sometimes I would be drafting SOP, I will be crying. Sometimes I will be on in session like this, I will be crying. I will see people sharing their testimonies. I will get emotional with it, but I did not stop. And same thing when I started working, because I know that was not the kind of job I want. I want more. I desire for more. So I was doing a lot of activities. I was spending a lot of my time on application, learning about application processes. So networking was a big factor for me. I started networking with people that are already there, that already know the process. I was added to groups of people that maybe you are hunting together, that you can review each other's materials, and people outside my own background. I met people in sciences. In fact, I remember the last person that reviewed my SOP was from, I think, chemistry. And by the time he was suggesting something to me, I picked. Because I think one of the things that stand out when we are writing SOP is you giving people that are outside your field. Because
mm,
sometimes they are novice, they don't know about your area. So if somebody that is a novice cannot understand your SOP, I
mm,
do not think that is really an SOP. So the last person that so the person that reviewed my last SOP was from sciences, and we became best of friends. He was sending his, I was sending mine, and things got improved. Fine, I did not have a perfect SOP when I submitted, anyways. Because when I go back to it now, I'll be like, eh, what did they see? Yeah, so it was like that. Networking was a big factor for me. I cannot, and up to now, I cannot joke with networking. Then the other things that works for me was cold emailing. I sent a lot of mails. I sent mails. I sent mails that will get response, mails that will not get response. And sometimes we even most of my mails, I think most of my mails I got response. But most of what I got were generic.
mm,
Some of them they go ahead and apply. Go ahead and so you're not the only one they are telling go ahead and apply. It's just like go ahead and apply. Go and stay in the pool. Let the best man win. And
mm,
that too. Then when I was seeing it, then I felt like it was a good news. Oh. Then no. But it's later that I learned that. And I think I learned that through networking too. So I had somebody then that most times when I get all those things, I will screenshot it, I will send it to him. I'll be like, boss, they don't tell me to go apply. Oh. And I think somebody, the person is like today, right? The way we respond to me, will be like, your yes has not come. And that stuff can be discouraging sometimes. Like, I'm giving you good news now. For me, I thought it was good news, but because he has more experience, so the way he will
mm,
respond to me, then he'll be like, "You need to do more, madam. Your yes has not really come," and he was right. So
mm,
I continued sending my cold emails, and what were the things I was saying in my code emails? I will introduce myself. My name is, in fact, most times I go straight to the point, and they were short, not too short, but it's not like I want to kill them with my mails. Because most of those professors, they don't even have time to go through all those mails. They just need few details. So I think most of the things I was putting in there was, and it's also the time for you to hype yourself, anyways. Because in Nigeria, sometimes when you hype yourself, people see it as pride, and it's not really pride. So at that time when I was in school, if I say, "Hey, I'm a first class student," some people will get jealous. Some people will react to you as if so. In fact, when I graduated, that way, you tell people like graduated, people will like first class people are driving bike, yo. They will not people that are abroad. They will not tell you about people that are making it with first class. It's those people that are doing bike man that they will see. So people will tell me, so people like all those comments, they can be discouraging, and it's not just about people that achieved better grades. So
mm,
it's a time for you to hype yourself. So during my cold email period, I was sending, my name is Adewi Adedelakpo. I'm a first class graduate student. I was the best graduating student of my class, and I'm doing research on this, like brief and with good content. With good content. So if you are not a first class, or if you don't have, just look at that achievement that you feel it can put you in a good space. It can make people to see it and feel like, wow, let me look at this profile, or let me look at this mail. Just
mm,
look for something that can attract someone, because it's not even their fault. What about you? If you want to network with people, sometimes if you don't see things that can work, like that can make you work together, I don't think you provide an opportunity to actually even meet that person. So you have to present yourself in a way that they will want to connect with you. So during that period, I got people that were saying, "Go ahead and apply." And when they tell me go ahead and apply, I will not stop at go ahead and I'll say thank you. I can't remember those news right now, but I say thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'll go ahead and apply. And during the application process too, I reach out to them again, that I'm already applying. I submitted my application, like so blah blah. Like, and aside from a generic response, I got response that gave me a little yes.
mm,
Because you will see response like, "I'm impressed with your profile." I think when professors say things like that, they don't lie. I think
Mm.
so. When they give you some response, like they see your work, or you when it tends to give you good feedback, you will know. When it is so, I saw professors that were like, "Oh, that's good. Congratulations on your first class. Congratulations on your just concluded program." Because I think it was just a year after my graduation, and I think it's even like same year. So I was just a newly graduate. So you receive something like congratulations message, or some feedback of, "Oh, I will be happy to go through your applications." So the one that actually stood out for me, that I know I got a little yes, was the professor trying to schedule a meeting with me.
Mm.
So she told me she'll be coming to Nigeria. "I would love to meet you when I come to Nigeria." So she scheduled a meeting with me. And for the funniest thing about that, the reason why code email is very important sometimes was because even that school that I'm saying, the person scheduled a meeting with me, was not part of my list. It was not
Mm.
part of my listed schools. I sent a code email to a professor in a university, and she responded to me that I have a nice profile, I have a nice blah blah blah, but right now she's not taking students because their school does not have funding. And she gave me a list of suggested schools with research interest. Because I sent
See?
So when I sent code mail to one of them, I told her that the professor so from this school referred me, told me about the school. Because the truth is that I don't know, but I believe you can't get the list of all schools when you are searching. Like, you can't, even if you get the list of all schools, you can't work on all schools.
Yeah.
So she provided me with details. She provided me with details that helped me. So when she sent the schools, I reached out to professors there. Some responded, some did not respond. So the school I eventually got to was part of those schools she referred me, and that school was very close to that school. They are
See?
both in the Midwest.
See?
So when I reached out to her, she was like, "I'll be coming to Nigeria." So I think the professor already knows that so person is coming to Nigeria. They are professors, they know each other, they are in the same field.
Hmm.
If they don't even know each other, sometimes they meet in conferences. They know student, person may be looking for students. They might not be so sure. So she referred me. She didn't even refer me. That was not a referral. She told me, she gave me an information, and I worked with it. And she's like, "I'll be coming to Nigeria. All these professors outside, when they want you, there is a way they will be happy to meet you." So she was like, "I'll be coming to Nigeria. When I come to Nigeria, I would love to meet you. I was nervous those periods. I started reaching out to people like, "I got a professor is coming to you." So that was another feeling of achievement, but I've not really achieved at that point.
Mm.
I've not gotten what I'm looking for, but I feel like I got it. It was later when I got to the school, I discovered that I was not the only one I was not the only one that got that response.
Mm.
The same way I'm applying from Nigeria with a good profile, there are some other people that are applying, and she told, "I'm coming to Nigeria. I'll be happy to meet you."
Mm.
So
Mm.
I was not the only one. I was not the only one she was looking forward to see. But I was part of them anyways. So she told me, I already know, she scheduled a meeting with me. That day when she scheduled a meeting with me, my network is not good. I was nervous. It was my first time talking to a white person. So on my mouth that is doing baby like this was shaking. I, I was sweating. So trust me, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for me. Even earlier before the meeting, I was reaching out to people. I was listening to videos on YouTube on how to attend interviews, because it was like an interview. I mean, interview on scholarship. So I was listening to YouTube. I can't even count the number of people that I followed. I can't, anybody that is posting about scholarship like this, I already keen. So far I see that person, is already in my, I already subscribed. I was subscribing to everybody. Because now me need information now. And you don't know the information that works for you. And most of the information that even worked for me, they were not from one person. I got it from different sources.
Mm.
I didn't use one person advice. I used multiple advices. So that was it for me. And I did not even have money for somebody to help me process things. Where do I want to see it? So I have to sit up and do things myself. So to cut the long story short, when she told me she will be happy to meet me, I attended that program. I presented myself well anyways, but I feel that was not perfect or that was not good enough. But she got something that she wanted in me at that time. So aside from that meeting, she waived the application fee for me. She told me, and I think another reason why professor waived application fee is because they understand that Nigeria is, we have these financial issues with dollar, and so they don't want you to waste your application fee. I don't know how to say it exactly, but sometimes it might be good. But sometimes they just waive it for all of you that are applying, so that by the time you are rejected, you will not cry about application fee. but but
Yeah.
it's still a good one. It's still a good
Mm-hmm.
one. There are some people that, because they waive it for you, is because they are interested in you. And most times, people that they waived application for is because they are interested in you. But that does not mean you are the only one they are promising, or you are the only one they are giving green lights. You might be two, you might be three. The number might have reduced. But trust me, I believe you are not the only one.
Mm.
Because you are not the only
Mm.
one with a good profile. Oh, Nigeria people, we have good profiles. Not even Nigeria, African people. You will discover when you get outside that. The same way you are applying people from Ghana, people from South Africa, people from, like Africans, we are applying and we all have profiles. Everybody has something good to say about him or herself. Even people that did not graduate with good GPA, they might have lectured somewhere, they might have teach somewhere, they might have that something that will just give them, that will make them ahead of you.
Mm.
So she waived the application fee, and from there things, we move forward. So then I think after that, I tried to make my SOP better. I can't count the number of times I edited my SOP till I submitted the final ones. In fact, some people will review my SOP for me. I'll be like, I cannot use this. I cannot use this review because they would have scattered everything. I will not even understand it again.
Mm.
They will just help me like, do you get? So sometimes it's not it's not about you getting reviewers. So everybody's reviewing. You two now started deleting. Delete. You start deleting everything. So I don't know, but I think sometimes it depends on you. When you are doing good thing, you will know. When something is good to a reasonable extent, you will know. When you write jargon, sometimes you will know. You just need to read it again. So when people were reviewing, I know review that are good to me. I know the one I'm supposed to accept. I know the ones I'm not supposed to accept. Especially at that period. Because when some people were reviewing for me, they were reviewing because they were already there. Oh, they know how things work. Do you
Mm.
get? And as at that time, I'm just in Nigeria with undergraduate achievements. So how do you expect me to know some things? So some people will just add some things for me. I'll be like, ara oh, I cannot accept this one. No. Yeah. While some, while some people will review for me, I'll feel like, this is what I need. This person is giving me a good review. This review, it does not, everybody is even giving you a good review. So it just depends on which one you're accepting, which one you think you'll be able to defend, which one do you think it will be easy for you to communicate. So that was what works for me. I edited my SOP a lot of times, uncountable times. I spent a lot of time on my application process. My CV was short because as at that time I did not have, what did I have? I did not really have da 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 da. So it was just 2 pages. And I think generally 2 pages work. because people also try to publicize that try to make your CV short as much as possible. So my SOP works, especially I think the intro and the first paragraph. People used to lay emphasis on the first paragraph, but I think for me, it wasn't my first paragraph alone that speak out for me. My research area also maybe speak out for me. I'm not sure. I'm not part of the admission committee. But my first paragraph was already selling me out, I believe,
Mm.
before they get to the like the full content or the other paragraphs. So yeah, I think my application materials at that time was fine. It wasn't best, but I believe it was fine. The truth is that you won't have a perfect one till you submit. You won't have it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dolapo, for that. That wide, that wide explanation about what worked for you, some of your approaches. Talks you spoke about code emailing. You also spoke about networking. These things are very important. But I don't know if it is possible for you to brush through timelines, like the relevance, the importance of timeline, because so many people are like, peop- do you know that even right now, like, I'm not going to behave as if I am a perfectionist. Sometimes I
Mm-hmm.
get very tired when people are like, this is summer time, spring, all those semester, summer,
Yeah.
semester, spring. I'm like, please, you people, you should just tell me when is the next application. Leave me with this, all this
Imagine you
summer,
want to
whatever,
get to
and
that.
all of that. But then,
Yeah.
In the United States of America, and also here in New Zealand, I've gotten to understand that these timelines are very, very important, and it differs from countries to countries, continents to continents. So, like, how did you manage to navigate that timeline reality? Like, what did you do, right? How did you manage it?
Okay. Yeah. So, like Tunde have been saying, we all have this different experiences. But for me, I'm going to like share my own story of timelines. So this is the way it works for me. When I was, it was when I was going to NYC camp that I got the information on scholarship, and I started following up people. But I did not start my application then. Because
Mm,
first thing, I do not have money. And I do not want to be reaching out to people about, I want to apply scholarship. Please, I need money for application fee. I need money for my certificate. I need money for my. So it was a different story for me. I already had mindset that I'm going to learn. I'm going to use my year of NYC to save. I will get
mm,
my certificates. I will get my. So it was like that for me. When I left NYC camp, I started spending a lot of times on. In fact, I stayed in Copper's Lodge then. Everybody in Copper's Lodge there knows that the laptop was working on something, but they don't know what I was working on. So I was listing out schools I will apply to. Some of them I didn't end up applying to them. But it took me a year to save money to get my school certificate because for me, for people with an average financial background like me, my school certificate was expensive for me.
mm,
It was around 100,000. I think it was close to. I had to spend like 100,000 and the transcript. So I used my NYC year to save. The 33K was not enough. I was selling perfumes. I was selling perfumes, so in fact, it was one of the main reasons I had to stay in Copper's Lodge so that I'll be able to sell to people. I'll be able to. So I take it to my CDS. I sell it. In fact, I sold it most in Copper's Lodge because everybody wants to smell nice. Is that period that people are hearing about smell nice, smell nice, smell nice. So I was selling it. In fact, it wasn't just perfume. I was hustling. Good hustle. So I was selling things. I was making money, I was saving. So immediately I finished my NYC, I got my certificates, I got my transcripts. I think close to that period, with the help of others, I was able to. to get passport, international passports and all. So for you, it might not be like you have to save like me. It might be like you have to reach out to somebody. We just have different ways of achieving things or different ways of doing things. So for my certificate and my transcripts, I can say that I got it myself. I saved from my I saved. So, and it helps you sometimes. People will see you when you tell people about it, they will see that you are serious, you are ready. Because I think before that period, say, when I was reaching out to people, some people were asking me, "Do you have your passports? Do you have your transcripts? Do you have your like all those questions?" And that time when I don't have it, they will advise me to go and get it, and that's the end.
Hmm.
So it took me a year to actually get those materials or those needed resources. So when I got it, it was I think it was a good period for me to now start the hustling. It was around January. And most applications in the USA start around August. So I already have a background knowledge about scholarship for full 1 year. And for when I want to start the application, it was already in January. I I started sending cold emails. In fact, yes, I started my cold emails in January, but January to like May, there was no really positive feedback. Oh. I don't know if I was not sending it the right time, because some people say the right time is May. So around that January to like April, I was not really getting good feedback. But I think the one that actually worked for me, or the school that I am right now, I think I got my feedback around February or April.
I see.
But I doubled the hustle in May, because it was
Hmm.
around that time that you see people encouraging you. This is the best time to start sending code emails. This. So I doubled the hustle. So I
Yeah.
was sending cold emails from January to like May. In fact, I already prepared some of my materials. It was just review process. People were just reviewing it for me that period. And the review process too was sometimes difficult, because when people review it for me, I'll be like, Omo, I don't think I've done anything. No. So sometimes it's like that. You feel like you've not done it, you've not done enough, you've not. So I keep I keep developing until August. In fact, the application that even worked out for me, I submitted in September,
Hmm.
because that was the period she told me to submit. But earlier before that, the application process started in August, and that period, I was not really emotionally all right. I was thinking a lot of things were not working for me. The job market was different than the way I aspired. But yeah, so it was just like that. So I think it took me a year and months for me to actually get my yes, but it was my first application. I got my yes in my first application, but I had enough time to prepare, to learn, to relearn, to get developed. Yeah, so it was like that for me. So I believe you taking time to learn, and some people it was not like that for them. Some people, they just shared information to them and they prepared their materials and they submitted it and they got it.
Yeah.
So we don't have to share the same stories. I have a lot of friends that does not even do their NYC. A lot. Like, because they got it before NYC, Kini came. So who NYC help? So it might not be like that. So it might not be like that for you. So it's
Yeah.
just a different story thing. But I had a lot of time to get myself prepared before I submitted the one that works for me. And I was not looking into US alone as at that time, was I have a senior that got Erasmus and did the scholarship. So I was learning from him. How do you apply? He was reviewing my applications. And that friend that shared me opportunity when I was going to camp, it was in Italy. Another person was in Poland. So I was open to all those areas. I was looking at opportunities at all those areas. I applied to Canada. But when the admission came, it was US that stood out for me. You
Hmm.
know, when I get admission, I got when I was telling them about Canada, I was saying like You already go US, right? You already go US. So so it was just a easy advice. US. Go to US. But I was not limiting myself to those areas. I
Yeah,
was I was looking at many opportunities. So if you have time that you feel like, especially when maybe you are just graduating, or you are about graduating, or you are in your third year going to fourth year, or fourth year going to fifth year, you might have an enough time to prepare. Because I even learned from some of my friends that when they were in their schools, they already know about scholarship. Some of them attended UI like Tunde. So some of them attended Unilag. They were in federal schools, more
yeah,
schools that are more public. So they tend to know more about opportunities outside. But coming from I don't know if others know about it. I might not just hear the information, but from my
yeah,
schools, I did not. I used to hear it, but like I said, the one I was hearing was like all these public ones that they used to post outside, like maybe scholarship region posted something, or it wasn't a personal searching. So I
yeah.
and it was the personal searching that works out for me. Yeah. So
Mm, yeah, yeah. Thank you,
yeah, but no,
Dola, for.
I think yeah, sorry. I think notwithstanding, you have to start earlier than the application process. I think
Mm.
yeah, more advisable. It's more advisable to start earlier before the application process.
Yeah, so guys, you've heard it from Scholar Dolapo. I keep on saying scholar. I don't know, the spirit of humility always grip me, right? It is always gripping me, gripping me. But yeah, guys, you people have heard it from Dolapo. Everything that she has said, there is nothing I need to say, right? Network, reach out to the right people, get yourself, into that scholarship space, talk to people. See, a lot of you are very timid, and it gives off this vibe of you not being ready for what you are trying to get, or for what you are looking forward to. If you know you want to travel abroad, you have to take it seriously. You have to tell yourself that, omo, this thing must work out for me. And you must not stop there. You begin to ask yourself, who are the people that I'm supposed to reach out to? You have to surround yourself with people of like minds. You have to reach out to people that are already ahead of you. You have to
Mhm.
drop all the weight of pride. You have to be very humble. You alone know what you are looking for. I mean, so you really should put yourself in that context. Reach out to people. Don't be scared, but don't be arrogant. Do it respectfully. And you will definitely see people. And what Scholar
Mhm.
Dolapo said is actually very important. The fact that you need to have something, so that when you reach out to people, they will see that element of seriousness, and it will be easy for
Mhm.
them to assist you. Permit me to quote a certain part of the scripture. It says that a man that is strong, listen, it says a man that is strong, you need only little amount of strength to help him when he falls down. But somebody that is totally, somebody that is without strength, if you want to pull them up, they will pull you down. So that is double tragedy. And nobody wants that. Even you as an individual, you don't want somebody that will be dragging you, and the person does not have any, value, anything that you can really like work on. So build on your own foundation. Start crafting your CV. Start practicing how to write a good motivation statement. Get your passport, your international passport, get it ready. Get little money, savings. These things are very important, because when you reach out to people, like she said, what I ask people when you reach out to me, I ask you, can I see your CV? First thing, do you have a passport? Once you say you don't have a passport, I tell you that, then what are we talking about? You need a passport. And
Like
sometimes
people like
people,
them.
sometimes people think that I am being harsh or I'm being arrogant, but it is not arrogance. I am putting you in the right track. You need to get a passport. You need to draft a CV. Even if your CV is not top notch, send it. People will review it for you. But you need some
Mhm.
specific documents. You need to have them in place. And one thing again that I look out for is that when you don't have your passport, you will not be serious. You know why? Because a passport has what is it called? It has expiration date. Now, when you save your money, or when you get money from your parents and you go and register and get a passport, and you know that that passport you want to use it to apply for scholarship, when 1 year passes by, second year passes, and you know your passport is going to expire, nobody is going to tell you. You will up your game.
Mm.
So I use passport to check your level of readiness when you want to, apply for scholarship. So when you have your passport, it is already registered in my head that this person is serious. Then I'll pay attention to you. I'll be like, okay, get a CV. This is a sample. Have you looked at the program? Write your motivation letter. And from time to time, we are going to make good progress. She also made mention of the fact that you need to reach out to people in the way of networking. And I have made a video on this YouTube channel about writing a cold email, reaching out to potential supervisors. Listen, guys, when you are doing all of this, you don't really need to be very rigid. When you send a cold email to a supervisor, don't think that you are going to get a positive response. You need to be open-minded. If not, you will have a lot of heartbreak. Nobody owe you any seat. Nobody owe you a scholarship. Nobody owe you a positive response. You
Yeah.
owe yourself the responsibility to keep branding yourself, adding value to your profile. So when these people are sending you negative response, use it as a strength to motivate yourself, to push yourself up. Okay, they've told me no. Ask them, sir, ma, professor, is it that my profile is not strong enough? What do you advise that I improve? You are in the learning process, you are learning, and it is very important because you are learning directly from the source. Now, you are not learning from Joseph, because I am not the one that will give you a scholarship. You are not learning from Dolapo. She is not the one that will give you a fully funded scholarship. You are learning from a potential supervisor that knows the ins and outs, that understands what a student should carry before they can, approve of them for fully funded scholarship. So these people, their review or their feedback, you don't joke with their feedback. Another thing again is, when a professor looks at your cold email and they respond in the affirmative, and by affirmative, I'm talking about give you a positive response, tells you that your cold email is actually good, they've seen your profile, it is very good, but they don't have funding. Just know that you are at that point of getting a positive response. All you need to do is to channel your energy to the right sources. So when a lecturer tells you that your profile is very good, it means that you stand a chance of getting a fully funded opportunity. You just need
They don't
you just
lie.
need to look
Yeah.
elsewhere. And when they tell you that they are
Mhm.
sorry, they don't have opportunity, don't just accept them saying you are sorry. I am a very stubborn person when I'm looking for opportunity. I'm not arrogant. I'm very, very stubborn because I know what I want. So I ask them, thank you so much for your review. Like, you are telling me that my profile is not so strong. I really want to improve. What areas do you think I should improve on? Or if they tell you that they don't have opportunity, ask them for referral. Tell them, okay, sir, ma, I understand that you have vast knowledge of professionals in this field, and I want to believe that you can recommend me to them. So, like, where can you point me to? The white people, they like people that are enthusiastic. They like people that show them that you have that motivation. You might not get it from them, but you might get it from people that they know, because these people, they know people. Don't go and belittle a potential supervisor that told you no. They know somebody somewhere that can tell you yes. So be very, very smart. We cannot keep talking about these things over and over again. So I think that is the take home information that we got from all of the experiences, all of the points that Dolapo has outlined for us. And if you have questions, guys, drop your questions in the comment section. And after this after this discussion, we are definitely going to come back to them. So we are going to the next discussion, which is the discussion two, and I'll be the one to take up that discussion. But before I commence, is there something that you would want to ask? do you guys want to take a break? Like, put something in the comment section, because my neck now, I'm doing like this. So it's actually not easy, but yeah, you can drop your questions in the comment section. Somebody say, what of when you have 10 years pp? I don't understand what you mean by pp. Please, you have to be very explicit, you know, so that we can have a mutual understanding of the question you are asking. We don't want to leave anybody question unattended to. And thank you for bringing the idea of years and all of that. Now, I think Scholar Dolapo spoke about age factor, that age is really not a thing when you are applying for scholarship opportunities to study abroad. But I would just like to highlight something based on my own personal experience, because we are speaking from our, personal experiences. I saw a current scholarship opportunity, especially for postdoc, right? If you are going for your postdoc, sometimes they will tell you that um in that your age is not a problem, right? They will say your doctoral degree must be within the space of 1 to 2 years before you can get a postdoctoral package. And there are some scholarships that the age factor might not be explicitly written out there, but some supervisors are actually paying attention to that. Some of them can just tell you stylishly that, oh, your profile is very good, can you send me the biodata page of your passport? It is because they want to confirm your age. Because some people feel very comfortable working with young people. Some supervisors, they feel comfortable working with married people. People have their different preferences. These are some things that you might not know, but then it boils down to your own seriousness. You don't want to care about people minding your age. All you want to focus on is your own readiness, because when you are ready, it gets to a point where age is not going to matter. You are going to get your years, and you are going to get your years for good. I mean, passport page. What of when you have 10 years? Oh, 10. No, no, no. Passport is actually, you can get your 10 years page passport. That is very, very correct. You can do that. You can do that. And I would like to talk about the application fee waiver. I have also, I have my own experience in that regard. I have sent a cold email to a professor in the United States of America. And when the guy checked my cold email, and the guy checked my transcript and my transcript for my bachelor's, and the transcript that I had at the time when I was doing my master's. I've not gotten like a full information of all the courses I've taken and all the grades that I've gotten respectively. So I sent him a cold email, and he looked at my profile. He was like, wow, you have a very good profile. I would really like to work with you. And he told me that although he does not know if he will be having funding, you see, that is another like clause. That is they put you in a tight position. He said he does not know if he is having funding, but he said he will look at the possibility. And what he did was that he now provided me with a waiver code. This guy is a professor from the United States. So he provided me with a waiver code, and he said that if I'm interested to apply for this PhD opportunity, that I should apply to their department, and he's going to follow through. But then I did not subscribe to it because I was already looking elsewhere, and I was getting like the energy that I needed from elsewhere. So we have different experiences. Sometimes you can speak with these people about the waiver code. You can tell them, please, can I get application waiver code from you? If you are reaching out to a potential supervisor that happens to be like the program coordinator for that department, you might be lucky to get an application waiver code. Yeah, you might be lucky to get it. Depending on the person, some of them, like she said, they know that you are coming from a disadvantaged background, kind of. They know that you are not financially buoyant. So they might just want to be like, okay, to make your application to be easy, this is the scholarship, or this is the application fee waiver code that you can use to beat the application fee payment, whatever. But then don't forget, they only give application waiver code to somebody with good profile. So focus on the important things: your profile, your CV, your code email, your degree. What do you have? Your class of degree. Do you have publication? Focus on you. Build yourself first. Add value, and you'll be able to attract those opportunities that you are looking for. You will be surprised, because you're already preparing that, oh, I want to apply for this opportunity. How do I get $250? How do I get $150 as application fee? And then you reach out to person, they be like, wow, this person has a very good profile. Okay, I'm going to give you application fee waiver code. Be like, oh wow, thank God, I'm happy. So these are the things. So quick question: there was no mention of IELTS. Can we get scholarship without it? Yes, you can get scholarship without IELTS. I think there is a section for that. We are going to discuss about that. Yeah, language and app fee. I think we are going to discuss that. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So don't worry, let's not delve into all of that. We'll talk about language fee and how they can waive it for you and all of that. So, guys, let's move to the main discussion too. That is my own discussion. So, I'll be talking about how you can craft a strong application package. And by strong application package, we are looking at writing a compelling statement of purpose, and also what it takes, and what should the content of an award-winning statement of purpose be. Also, we'll be looking at things to avoid when writing an SOP. And then we'll move down to CV and also talk about CV. So now when you want to write, when you want to apply for a fully funded opportunity to study abroad, it is almost inevitable, right? Part of the process for you to write a motivation letter. It is a must. You must write a motivation letter. And now, the concept of motivation letter is actually to see what you feel about a program. And it is not only about the program, but it is largely about yourself. Pay attention. Your motivation letter is very, very important. See, from your motivation letter, a potential supervisor will be able to know how you write as a student. From just your motivation letter, they can tell how you are going to tackle academic problems, because you are coming to the academic space. You will write papers, you will publish. Now, nobody is looking for a perfectionist, but there is a level you must get to. There is a level you need to get to when it comes to writing a motivation letter, and we'll talk about all of this shortly. Now, I put myself as an example. When I was applying to a scholarship to study abroad, that is the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master's Degree Scholarship, I started writing my motivation letter. I was not doing it alone. I had a friend. We were together in Lagos, we were sharing ideas. Guy, please, can you review this motivation letter for me? And I have a very big problem, right? When it comes to writing, I have this perfectionist syndrome. I know I get attached to my letter. As at that time, I was very much attached, in that when I go to sleep, I am, my brain is still very much connected to my motivation letter. It looks as if I was going crazy, but I realized that I have really gotten so deep in the whole process because I was very hungry. I wanted a scholarship. Do you understand? I needed a scholarship to to study abroad, not because I wanted to leave Nigeria desperately. No, because I knew that I must study abroad, because I had friends there and they kept on telling me that, guy, you can do this thing. We don't have two heads, right? We know that you also are somebody that is brilliant, so you can get this thing. And then I just told them that, okay, I'm going to work on myself. So I started writing my motivation letter. I wrote the first draft. I read it. I said, no, this thing is nonsense. I sent my motivation letters outside to people. They reviewed it for me. And then I'm like, okay, good and fine. I went back to write it. Do you know that I wrote my motivation letter times and times and times and times again. And it got to a point where I read my motivation letter. I said, no, this is actually what a motivation letter is. I became very convinced that my motivation letter has gotten to a level that I feel is okay. And that was when I submitted my application. So, what were these things that are included in my motivation letter? I said that your motivation letter is very important because your motivation letter is you in front of the scholarship assessors, or your application assessors. Your motivation letter is your voice in front of these people. Now, your CV can only talk about your experiences, give you give them information of what you have done. It gives them like a timeline. Your CV is like a timeline of all your achievements, all your academic and professional experiences. But your motivation statement is your voice. That it is you talking to them. You are not there. So why will you submit a motivation letter that cannot address a scholarship opportunity the way you will address it if you are there in person? Can you imagine? So you have to really ask yourself critical questions when you are trying to come up with a compelling motivation statement. Now, before you write a motivation statement, you have to read the requirements for that program, because motivation letters, they are, a motivation statement is not a one size fit all. You have to know what they require. The reason I'm saying this is because a guy recently sent his motivation letter to me, and I was going through the motivation letter, and I saw a place where he said, I graduated with a first class of so, and my undergraduate thesis was supervised by professor. And then to me, I was like, why are you mentioning professor this person now in this motivation letter? Nobody wants to know. The white people are not interested to knowing the name of your what's it called? The name of your undergraduate supervisor. But shockingly, right, to me, surprisingly, he had to tell me that the university he is applying to, it is part of the requirements. They've highlighted that he must mention the name of his supervisor, that is the undergraduate supervisor, in his motivation statement. Now you see that I was thinking that this is how it is supposed to be, but somebody is now telling me that this is what a university wants. So you need to understand the context of the motivation letter. And by context, I'm talking about the requirements that are attached to that motivation letter that you want to write. Very, very important. Some programs are going to demand that you write a motivation letter highlighting some specific things. Some scholarship programs are not going to tell you what you are supposed to talk about. So it is like, a clean slate. Show yourself. In Nigeria, we say do gra gra. Do gra gra. Show yourself. That is what it means. But then, when they are pushing you, when they are putting you in a confinement, you have to really stay within that context. If not, you are going to lose it. You are going to lose it. There is no two ways about it. So now, when you are writing your motivation letter, your first paragraph is very, very important. I used to say this a lot. When I read your motivation letter and your first paragraph does not romance me, does not hug me tight, I will just be where I am, and then I'll shake my head. Yeah, I shake my head because your first paragraph is like a window. Your first paragraph is, like that door that opens the mind of the reader. You want your first paragraph to captivate the mind of your reader, because that is what will make them to want to continue to read your motivation statements. Do not write like every other person will write. Your first paragraph is very important. Your story must not be boring. Your first paragraph must not be boring. So if you are starting your first paragraph, come from a research oriented perspective. Do not, a lot of people be like, I had a younger sister that is this, that is that, my mom is this, my mom is that. No, you don't really need all of that. You can just start by saying, um I am happy to apply for this opportunity, blah blah blah. I am a graduate of history. with a first class degree, blah blah blah. During my undergraduate, I carried out this research and I was able to understand that this and that. With the program you are applying to, or the scholarship position you are applying to in mind, you must make sure that you have read about the scholarship program, or you've read about the department, or you've read about the scholarship opportunity. Understand the scope of that scholarship opportunity, because if you don't have a knowledge of the scholarship opportunity for that program, you will write amiss, you will write out of context. So you need to understand the scope of that program, because that is what will lead you when you are writing your motivation statement. You need to hold it like this in your left hand, and then you write your motivation letter with your right hand, understanding, knowing that, okay, I know the scope of this program, I know the kind of, how do I put it now, I know what this program is about, I know what this scholarship opportunity is demanding from me, and I also know what I'm going to gain from this scholarship opportunity, in the sense that this is where I want to be at so time when I'm done with this master's degree program, or with this PhD opportunity. So these are very important. So when you are writing your motivation letter, you need to talk about your story. You have to personalize it. You must not be saying, when I was on campus, this was this. No. Always use always personalize your sentence. I am this, I got this, I was able to understand this was not clear to me. Talk about problems, right? Talk about problems that you encountered during your undergraduate research. What did you do that is related to the scholarship opportunity that you are applying to? What were those practical experiences that you gathered that are going to be important for the master's scholarship opportunity, or for the PhD scholarship opportunity you are applying to? What were those things you learned while on campus? And what were the problems? See, researchers want to know the problem you encounter. You cannot come and start behaving as if you are a perfectionist, as if everything was just smooth. When you were on campus, you were just blazing. Even people that are having a first class, they can tell you that they suffer. This was where they saw serious, stress in their academic experience. They can tell you that for free. So researchers want to really know how you carried out your project. I'm talking about your paragraph 2 now, because I've left that paragraph 1, which is your opening paragraph, that you know introduces you to these people. Very, very important. So your paragraph 2 should talk about what you did as an undergraduate, your project. What were you trying to solve? What were those problems that you were trying to solve with your project as an undergraduate student? And then, when you were in the process of solving those problems using some of your researches, what were the questions that you wanted to answer with your research? And in the long run, what were those problems that you encountered? And what were some of the questions you were not able to answer? You need to tell them, and you need to be very brief when you are writing. And that is where creative writing comes in. It is very, very important, because you have a lot of things that you've done, you have a lot of experiences, but there is an ability to really put those things, to minimize them and make sure that they still make sense. People always talk about compelling motivation letter. Your motivation letter must be compelling. When somebody reads your motivation letter, they should just close it and say, put this one among the people that we are considering. Your motivation letter must not go into the bin after somebody has read it, please. So your paragraph 2 should talk about your research experience. And now, when I'm talking about research, people think that research is a word that is limited to guys that are coming from science. No, art students, they do research. If you are somebody that is an artist, you paint, or if you are a historian, you do ethnography, you go to sites, you go and ask questions, participant observation, key informant interview. These are research methodologies. what were your experience when you use these research methodologies? These people want to know. And mind you, when you start communicating these methodological approaches, it gives the reader an idea that for sure you are a researcher, even if you are, a brooding researcher. So you need to really know those methods that you use during your undergraduate project. Very, very important. Communicate those methods. And then for your paragraph 3, this is where you want to really talk about the connection, the relationship between your undergraduates, that is your research experience, with the program that you are applying to. And how do you do that? You begin to strategically bring some of those skills that you are going to learn from the research that you are looking forward to becoming a part of, right? Be it a master's or a PhD scholarship opportunity or research opportunity. You need to start bringing those things that you can gain, right, from that program, and some of the things that you are also bringing. So it is like iron sharpened iron, right? Iron must sharpen iron. So this is actually very, very important. What are you bringing? This is paragraph 3. What are you bringing, and what are you expecting? What do you know about the program? That will form your expectation. If you don't know anything about the program you're applying to, you will not have a good expectation, for that program or from that program. So you need to really know the program. Mind you, people that are reading your motivation letter that wants to give you scholarship, they are always happy when they read and they see that you know the ins and out of the program you are applying to. They see you as a student that has gone ahead, as you've gone ahead to do your own personal research to understand some of the importance of that program. Now, when you are writing your paragraph 2, where you spoke about your research experiences and some of the problems you encounter, this is a strategic approach that I'm trying to tell you right now. When you are saying that you encountered problems, make sure that the problems you are highlighting, the problems are problems that the program, that is the master scholarship program or the PhD scholarship program, can solve. If you say when you were doing your bachelor's, one of your methodological approach was to characterize organic materials, and you know for sure that if you had used a technique like XRF, it would have given you a good snapshot of the elemental composition of that object or of that material. But then, because of the inadequacies that you have in your country, it was not possible for you to carry out that crucial methodology, right, on your samples, or it was not possible for you to carry that crucial analysis on your sample. You are saying this because you know that the PhD program, it has the possibility, or it provides that opportunity for you to learn how to use SRF to characterize what is it called, elements in both organic and inorganic materials. So they will be able to know that, oh, this guy had a problem, and this our program that he is coming to can solve his problem. This our program can teach him the skills he need. So this boy really knows what he wants. So this boy or this girl really knows what he wants or what she wants, and by that fact, we can single out these candidates or these students and put them in maybe the next phase of the whole scholarship process. So you really need to understand all of these important concepts or all of these important phases when you are writing your motivation statement. And when you are writing your motivation statement, allow passion. Let there be passion. Let there be enthusiasm. There is a way you can communicate your passion, your enthusiasm. It is the way you write about your experiences in academia. See, writing a motivation letter is not talking about some of the problems, your family problems, or all of that. You don't really need that at all, except they mention in the whole requirement process that if you are from a disadvantaged country, or probably you are from a country where there is war, or you don't have parents, you are an orphan, you can signify in your motivation letter. Good and fine. They've highlighted that you can add it to your motivation statement. But if they have not mentioned that, don't go and say I lost my mom during COVID, whatever. Yes, so you can put it, but don't think that because you wrote that you lost your mom or somebody, then they will become emotional and give you scholarship. It does not work like that, because you have no idea the number of people that are competing for scholarship opportunity. You will think you are the only one, but you will be shocked when you get to know that you are like the number 200 or number 300 person that is applying for that scholarship opportunity. And why am I saying this? I give you an example. When I applied for my PhD scholarship, I saw the ad. A friend of mine sent me like a screenshot and say, Joseph, I think this is actually going to be of interest for you. Then I looked at it. I said, oh, I like this research angle. I prepared my application material, but first and foremost, I sent a code email to the professor. I attached my CV, attached my code email. Like, code email is like primary, right? Then I attached my CV, attached my transcript. And when she went through my CV and transcript, she forgot to get back to me. Do you know what happened? My email went into her spam in her computer. 3 days I was not getting any response. I was like, what is happening? And guys, there is something I want to tell you about code emailing. There is an app, and that is why you came to this boot camp. There is an app. When you are code emailing professor, go and download email tracker. It is very important, because scholarship application rigor can be very, very painstaking. Sometimes you can become very depressed, so you want to really follow through your application process. You want to know what a lecturer is doing with your code email that you send to them. If they have opened your code email, you want to know. If they have read it, you want to know. And it will also help you to know when to reach out to them and be like, I'm just trying to say hi, in case you forgot my email that I sent to you. I'm just reaching out, blah blah blah. I will be happy to get your feedback. The only way you can actually do this successfully, strategically, is when you download email tracker. I think I already made a YouTube video as well talking about that, because I used it. I am not a patient person. I want to really know what a professor or a potential supervisor is feeling about me. I want to know. So once they open my email, I get a notification that this lecturer has opened your email. Then I be like, okay, so why is he or she not responding to me? Is it that my code email is not good? Then I send a reminder email to them. I wait for like 3 days. After I confirm that they've opened my email. Then I send a reminder email to them, informing them that I sent something, blah blah blah. So when I do that twice and they are not responding, then I just forget about it, because you don't have time. You really need to move on to some other important things. So take note, download mail tracker app. Download it. It is very, very important. And connect it. It is how do they call it now? I forgot it. Yeah, it is an extension, mail tracker extension. So you are going to connect it to your email. Whenever you send email, you can track your email. So anybody that reads your email, you will know that they've read it. It will send you a notification. So that is very good. Please, guys, I really recommend that. So moving back to motivation statements, your fourth paragraph will be the place where you talk about your interest for other activities like volunteering, some of the possibilities, some of the research, like research, mentoring, conferences, and those things that you understand that will be happening in the university and also in the department. You have to tell them that you are going to be interested in all of that. You'll be attending conferences. You cannot wait to go to different labs to go and see what they are doing, because you feel that that is also going to be very instrumental to your PhD research or to your master's research, give them the impression that you are somebody that is open to learn. You want to learn more things. And also try as much as possible to look at some professionals in the field, some experts in the area of research you are interested in that university. Talk about them in your fourth paragraph. The fact that you would really like to learn from them, attend conferences that they will hold just to get the knowledge of this and that. And also talk about some research papers that you have read that are related to the PhD opportunity you are applying to. It is very important. See, this thing is very, very like important. It is not a joke. Applying for scholarship is not a joke. It is like applying for job. People think that applying to scholarship is just apply now. And then when it comes to applying to a job, the normal job, the traditional job, they take it very, very serious. They be like, I need to apply, I need to be very serious. But then it is the same, because when you start your PhD is seen as a job to a university abroad. Because if you get a fully funded opportunity to pursue a PhD program, they are giving you tuition, they are paying your tuition, they are also giving you stipend. So it is like they are giving you salary to do your research. So they are paying you to work. So PhD is also a job. It is also a job. You have to put that at the back of your mind. And then for your last paragraph, which is your fifth paragraph, that is where you close your motivation letter. It is actually very important to end your motivation letter on a very good note. Your first paragraph, top notch, compelling. Your last paragraph, awesome. End by thanking them for reading your motivation letter and make them to know that you are very much interested in that opportunity. Re-emphasize your interest in that opportunity. Thank them for reading, and that is your motivation letter. If you want a sample of what a compelling motivation letter is, I have also made videos on my YouTube channel, and I can provide you with templates. I think I read my motivation letter, the one I use for my PhD application. I read it. So if you watch that my YouTube video, you need to just listen, and then you have to key into the reality of what I said. And then you have to draft your own, and you can send it to me and I will look at it. Because when I wrote my motivation letter, I also sent it to people to review. Don't think that because I am abroad doing my PhD now, I am perfect. No, I am not perfect. I sent my motivation letter to people too. They reviewed it for me. Some people said, bro, this paragraph is rubbish. I'm telling you for free. And then I had to go back to my scoreboard. I said, okay, a layman is telling me that my paragraph is rubbish. And when somebody that is not in your field cannot understand your motivation letter, then it is a problem. Because if I send my motivation letter to somebody that is in my field, they'll be like, oh, this is very good. Then I send it to somebody maybe in mathematics, and the person said, bro, what are you writing? I don't understand. Then there is a problem. It means that your motivation letter cannot be easily understood. Now, you don't even know the people that will assess your motivation statement. They might not be committee from your department, because these people giving scholarship are always different from your supervisor. Your supervisor can guide you, but you also need to communicate in a clear language and in a clear sense, so that everybody can really know what you are talking about. But these are some of the things that must be found in your motivation letter. The do's, I've spoken about the do's. The don'ts, do not exaggerate. Let me tell you, I'll give you one story. A lady wrote a motivation letter and started mentioning some skills that she has. And then when it gets to the what is it called, the interview phase, they were asking her, oh, you said you have these skills. Now, like, so how does this work? She could not see anything. So you see, the lady was very hyperbolic when she was writing her motivation statement. And then when questions started coming from the research or from the experiences you said you have, right? You could not defend yourself. So it's a problem. I mean, you are not the only one applying for that opportunity. They will just throw away your application document, then they will focus on other students that are sincere, because sincerity is one of the, it is the backbone of scholarship. humility, sincerity are the backbones of scholarship application process. So that is that for motivation letter. I've spoken about it. Things to avoid when writing an SOP: do not exaggerate. Talk about your story. And also, please be careful. People that are using ChatGTP, be very, very careful, because these people, when you use ChatGTP, they are going to sometimes they pass your motivation statements in some of these ChatGTP tracker, right? They have those devices, and when they can sense that this motivation letter was written by a robot, then it becomes a problem. They will just throw away your application, and please, you don't want that to happen. Understand how to use ChatGTP, even if you must use it. We are not saying you should not use ChatGTP, but know how to use it. It is important. Don't go and write motivation letter that somebody else has written. So everything is just like 10 people are having one and the same motivation letter. Then where is your story? It means that your story has become how do I put it? It has become adulterated in a way. So you might not really get that opportunity. So avoid using ChatGTP. You can write by yourself. Sometimes you think you cannot write, but when you do the first writing, first, second draft, third draft, and you reach out to people that can really correct you and you are ready to learn, you will see that with time you will improve. You don't need to be desperate when you want to apply for scholarship opportunity, because I used to tell people garbage in, garbage out. When you put in stupid riffraff motivation statement and other application document, you are going to get a riffraff response. So you really need to take your time. If you need 6 months to really perfect and understand how these things work, give yourself that time. Understand everything, so that when you start applying, you have a certain level of confidence and you'll be getting good responses. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Gather strategy. Very, very important. So now let's go to crafting an award-winning academic CV. Just like your motivation letter, your CV is also very, very important. It is something that I've come to realize. CV is very, very important. You see, the Western people, they don't joke with CV. They don't joke with CV. First things first, if you are writing a CV to a university for a scholarship opportunity, you need to know the format, the CV format that they are requesting for. So these are the things. Before you apply for any scholarship opportunity, go to their official website, go and check for requirement. Know the requirement of everything. Don't get carried away by the opportunity. Oh, this scholarship, I'm going to get 2,500 per month, $500 per month, and then your mind is on the money, but you forget to place your attention on the important things that are going to get you that money. So remove your mind from the money first. It is important, but take your mind away from it. Bring your mind to yourself. Bring your mind to the things that matter. If you go to the ocean, you want to go and fish, don't be carried away, by the what's it called, by the knowledge that fishes are in the ocean. Pay attention to the bait and how you are going to set your bait in the ocean, because if you organize your bait properly, higher chances are there that you will get a fish. I don't know if you are getting this logic that I'm, putting forward to you people. So focus on the requirements that this scholarship opportunity need. It is very, very important. When you understand the requirements and you see that you have everything, then you can start looking at other, crucial aspects. So know the template of CV that they are requesting. When I applied to a scholarship in Europe, there's this template, CV template they use. They call it Europass CV template. In some other countries, they want your CV to carry your picture like a passport photograph, of you. In some other country like the United States, they don't really need all of that. And then the CV template is also very important, because the CV template rather changes from the kind of scholarship opportunity you are applying to. If you are applying to a field like architecture or maybe an area in architecture, students in architecture, they always design their CV. So design is also part of the language they communicate with their CV. These are things that you really need to understand. When you are in architecture and you are going to submit a CV, the design of your CV is also part of the one of the things that these people are going to judge your application with. It is very, very important. So know all of these things before you start to draft a CV, because you already have your experience, right? You went to school, you have professional experiences, you have research experiences, you have all of these. But now the question is, how do you put all of this together to get what you want? Very, very important. Now, the first part of your CV, an academic CV, you have to talk about your education. I will go to my computer ASAP so that I can just run through and we don't waste a lot of time. Now, first and foremost, you have to write your name rather. So I have on my screen Ogbonna Mustapha Oluwaseun. If you really need the template of this CV that I'm reading, because this is the CV I used when I was applying for my PhD scholarship opportunity, which I actually got. And it was also this CV that I used when I was applying to University of Oxford. I also got the opportunity. The one I applied to at New Zealand, I also got that opportunity. So by virtue of all of these, I believe that this CV is actually good. So I can recommend it to people. I cannot give you CV that did not give me any good results. Because I'll be doing you a very bad, I'll be doing it to be a disservice on my path. So the first thing, you have to write your name, Ogbonna Mustapha Oluwaseun. The first letter of your names in capital, in caps, right? Ogbonna, O in caps, Mustapha, M in caps, Oluwaseun, O in caps. Do you know that when you are writing your CV, like I said about requirements, they will tell you, we want a CV that is just one page. Some scholarship will say we want a CV that is 2 page maximum, and 2 page is always what they are looking out for. You don't really need to exceed 2 page. What are you doing? What are you writing? Even a professor or a doctor has a CV of 3 pages, and then you are having a CV of 5 pages. Like, what is happening to you? Do you want to go and teach your potential supervisor? Are you the one to go and teach them, or are you the you want do you want to go and are you the one to give yourself a scholarship? So you have to really understand, strategy. You might have a lot of experiences, but know the experiences that are very important for the scholarship opportunity you are applying to. I normally advise students to have like one general CV that they have all their experiences, even if it is 10 pages, good and fine. But then, when you now want to apply for a scholarship opportunity, you have to look at what the program demands. And then you now check that your general CV that has everything you've done, both things that are related to this program and what are not related. Then you start to pick those things that are related. Only things that are related to the program, experiences that are related to the program, those are the things that you must mention in your CV. Leave other things, they are redundant, they are not needed in this context, right? When it comes to the idea of relatability, it is very important that you know, put things that are related to the program in your CV. Now, when you write your name, Ogbonna, you put your address. I always advise people, please, if you have worked in a lab before, you can use your university. If you worked in a lab, use the name of that lab. Sorry, use the address rather of that lab. Put it on your CV. The reason I'm saying this is because it is either you use the address of that lab or you use your departmental address. This is an academic CV. It gives the people that are looking at your CV, it creates that repetition. You must have mentioned that you graduated from a university, but when they look at your CV, they are still seeing the address of a university. It gives them that, okay, this is a student, like it gives this student vibe. So at this point, you might not just really need to put your, your home address. Nobody is even asking you to put your home address. But if you are filling the application, there is a place that they will already request that you put your home address. But on your CV, make it very professional. If you have worked in a lab, put the address of that lab on your CV. If you graduated from a university, you don't have laboratory experience, you've not worked in any professional setting, you can use the address of the university. It helps, it works. And then for your telephone number, yeah, just put your telephone number and your email address. And also, please try to open LinkedIn. LinkedIn is actually very important. You might not really have a lot of experiences, but then when you have a LinkedIn profile and then you are updating your LinkedIn profile, you are always talking about your progress, some of the things that you are doing, the volunteering activities that you've engaged in and stuff like that. Those positive things that you put yourself out there to do, you're always communicating them in a professional or on a professional platform like LinkedIn. And then you put the link to your LinkedIn profile. You have to put it on top of your CV, the same line where you have your address, your telephone number, your email, and then your LinkedIn profile. And for your LinkedIn profile, you don't need to go and copy the link to your LinkedIn profile and just come and paste it. It will be very long. So you really need to shorten it. And the way to do it in Microsoft Word is you just have to Control A, highlight the link, and then create hyperlink. What it means is that the hyperlink will shorten that long https://www.linkedin. at Joseph Ogunsetire, blah blah, those long stuff. It will shorten it, so you can just use the word LinkedIn, and that is what will appear on your CV. So when they click on it, because you convert the document to a PDF document, so when they click on it on their computer, it will take them straight to your LinkedIn profile, and they will be able to see you. Sometimes they just want to see you and let them, give them a feel. You want to give them a show. Yes, give them a professional show. Let them see that this person is really serious. Do not leave any stone unturned. And then you come to the just after or just below where you wrote, you put your LinkedIn profile. Talk about your education. The education part is actually straightforward. And you guys, you see that for this CV, I did not talk about a very versatile student who has skill in this, who is very robust and is coming to make a positive change in the academia. You see that I do not have that introduction, whatever. I just want to go straight to the point. Straight to the point. It is very, very important. And when you are going to when you are going straight to the point, go straight to the point. If you do not have a lot of experiences, right, like me, you can do that. A graduate from the sorry a graduate of biochemistry who is interested in the industry and academia, that wants, somebody that wants to push research to a certain level, blah blah blah, and stuff like that. You can include that, but please make it to be very, very brief. 3 lines maximum. 3 lines, 2 sentences, 3 lines. It is just a short introduction of who you are. It is also very, very important because it gives them the impression of what you are and what you are looking forward to becoming, in a way. And then for them to get a full glimpse of all of what you've just mentioned, they will now go through your CV and then be like, okay, this person really knows what he or she is doing. So for your education part, put your undergraduate, which is actually your first degree. If you have done a diploma immediately after your undergraduate, your diploma has to be the first academic position, or the first academic experience you've had. Put it as, put it as the one on the top. And the way you can do it is arrange everything in the reverse chronological order. So if you just graduated, say in 2024, and then you have a diploma that you did and you've gotten your degree certificate in 2025, that diploma has to come first under the education section on your CV. put that diploma first, put the date, and also put the city and the country. I'm going to send this CV. I think I already provided a link to this CV in one of my videos, one of my YouTube videos, where I spoke about CV, the CV that gave me a scholarship in New Zealand. It is there. I already provided a link to my Google Drive. So when you click on the link, you are going to see this CV that I'm currently looking at to talk to you guys about. So let us not waste too much time talking. So on your CV, you have to talk about the thesis that you did. And I'm not talking about you writing that this is the thesis I did, this was what I got. Just MSc thesis on, put the title of the thesis, put it in quotation, in quote it, and then put the date and come under and put the methodological approach. What methods did you use? These are very, very important things. Summary of the method used, very brief, not more than a line. So for me now, if I use XRF, or probably I wanted to understand diet, and then I did stable isotope analysis, and the stable isotopes that I was looking at were carbon, sulfur, and nitrogen, then I just need to put that I did paleodietary studies using collagen, and analyzing my collagen with elemental analyzer, isotope ratio, mass spectrometry. You see, I have spoken about a method that I use, which is collagen extraction. And now, I have moved on to talk about the methodology, that is the technical approach that I employed, which is EAIROMS. So you want to give them like this sharp glimpse of the method and the techniques that you use for your masters. You don't really need to talk too much. The title, the methodological approach, that is all for your education. That is all. And also, you need to talk about the kind of degree you have. Is it a B? Is it a bachelor's degree? Is it a master's degree? Like BSc, BA, BEd, like put it. And then you create that same hyperlink that I'm talking about. But this time around, you must have saved your certificate. That is your degree certificate and your transcript. Save them on your Google Drive, because that is what you will need, right? When you save it on your Google Drive, you will provide a link. And then you will copy that link and paste it in your CV, so that when they click on the link, it will take them to the original copy of your certificate and your transcript. Even if you have submitted your certificate and transcript, it is still important that you have them on your CV, because just by looking at your CV, they will be able to have access to everything. So they might not really need to be jumping around, going to look for your transcript, going to look for a separate document. They've already seen everything in your CV. But that does not mean that you are not going to submit copies of your transcript and copies of your what's it called, degree certificate. You are going to do that. But make sure that you include the links to those certificates that you have already downloaded and saved on your drive, Google Drive. Get Google Drive or get Dropbox. It is very, very important. Get those apps on your phone. And when you've highlighted that, okay, this is your CV, this is your transcript, write your CGPA. It is very important. Put your CGPA in the same line, right? BSc biochemistry, hyperlink, the link to the certificate, that is your bachelor certificate, and then in bracket your CGPA. Was it a 4.5 over 5? Was it a 4.2 over 5? Put it 4.2. And I used to tell people, if you graduated with, say, a 4.7 over 5, you might not want to round it up to 5 over 5. But if, say, you graduated with maybe 3 points, what is that number now? Like, I'm looking for that number, because if you say 4.7, then you round it up to 5. it is going to be like problematic. But let's assume that you got a 3 point, let's say 3.9, 3.9 over 5. You can round it up to 4.0. Yeah, you can round it up. It is not because you are trying to be a criminal. It is just, trying to put yourself in that position that this is my CGPA. I give you an instance. For me, right, when um I graduated with a 5 point. I've even forgotten my CGPA. I graduated with a 5 point. Um, okay. Yeah, I graduated with a 5.3, right? 5.3 over 7.0. Now, this was what I did. The first class starts from 6.0, right? That is the starting of first class. So I made sure that when I wrote my 5.3, I did not say 5.3 over 7.0 because that is the ending of first class. I brought it down to the starting. So I just put 5.3 over 6.0. So when you look at 5.3, it is very close to 6.0, which is the starting point of that first class. So when they see it, okay, okay. So like you have to be strategic. That is the thing. You have to be strategic because clearly I was not telling anybody that it is a first class, right? But then I was like, okay, this is where it starts from. Then I put it like this. So that is that for one tip that you really need to know. I don't know if it is going to be important for you guys, but it was very important for me. Yeah, so when you are writing all of this academic degree, please make sure that you include the country, the city, and also put the date. Everything is in this CV. You guys can have access to it. It is already created there. So you move to your work experience. Talk about work experiences that are related to the program you are applying to. Don't go and bring work experiences that has nothing to do with the program. It is going to be, a case of you shooting yourself in the leg. You don't want to do that. And the same thing, arrange all your work experiences in the reverse chronological order. Yeah, very, very important. Arrange them in the reverse chronological order. In that, if you did a work, say if you were maybe a cashier from 2021 to 2024, and then you got another job as maybe financial analyst in 2025, that financial analyst job is supposed to be the one that will be on top, and then it will be followed by your cashier job and stuff like that. So like you get the memo already. Recent jobs should come first, and then the ones that follow those jobs, the ones that you already did in the past, should come below, like that, like that, like that. Very, very important. Also, when you are listing all of these work experiences, put the country, the city, the country, and put dates. And when you are dating it, there's something about the structure of your CV. Now you can write a CV and you communicate all of the relevant experiences, but the structure, the look of your CV, sometimes the look of your CV your CV has to be very romantic. It has to be, when they see your CV, it has to be very smooth. It should have that alignment. Everything should be straight. Not that the date will go like move inside, like the dates will move inside and the city and country will move outside. No, arrange everything, work on the margin, and also the bullet point. Let everything align. Everything should be straight. Very, very important. And now for work experiences, or for work experience, under work experience section, when you are talking about those jobs that you've done, for example, for me, graduate student researcher, I then came under first bullet point, coordinating the proper organization of. The reason I'm using the word coordinating is because I was still doing that. What's it called? I was still having a place, right, in that laboratory. I was still working there. So you have to use present continuous tense. Coordinating, sampling, performing because you are currently doing that job. That is what you are doing. That is a research or a work experience that you are currently doing. So when you now move to those ones that you've done in the past, you are no longer doing them again. It will now change to, for example, Department of um, Department of Chemistry, University of Aristotle, Greece, visiting research, blah blah blah. Sorry, visiting researcher. Then I came down and I said participated in the project. What is the title of the project? I put the title of the project. Worked in organized, extracted collagen samples for stable isotope analysis. Performed, gave a PowerPoint presentation on the title, like put the title of your PowerPoint presentation. And now you see those your PowerPoint presentation that you already did. If you are the kind of person that has gone to conferences, when you are talking about your work experiences, for example, let's say you went for a research, and after the research, you guys, gave like talks, right? Discussion. Maybe you organized a conference, you came together, you worked on a PowerPoint presentation. Save that PowerPoint presentation on your Google Drive, or save the PowerPoint presentation on your Dropbox. And that link, that PowerPoint presentation, the link to that PowerPoint presentation, copy the link, come and paste it in your CV where you said you gave a PowerPoint presentation. Put put the link, and then, like I said, highlight the link, and then use hyperlink to change the name. Instead of https or whatever, put the title of the PowerPoint presentation, so that when they click it, it will take them to your PowerPoint presentation. The reason I'm saying this is because this is an academic CV. You want to give them an impression of, this guy knows how to organize PowerPoint. Wow, this guy is good. It means that he goes to conferences, he has presented papers. These are the kind of things they want to see. That is what I'm telling you in essence. These are the kinds of things that they really want to see. And then you do the same for other work experiences where you must have done all of that. If you work for a company and you publish a paper, right, while you are mentioning some of the things you are doing, you can write wrote a paper titled, reviewed a publication titled. That is part of the academic work experience that you have. Put them there. But that does not mean that you are not going to repeat them under your publication session, because we are getting to that place. But as work experience, these are also very, very important. So do all of that. And if you are saying that, for example, you are a graduate student researcher, I always advise students, please reach out to the person that you carried out that research with. Or if you were a graduate student research assistant, reach out to your supervisor or reach out to the lecturer and beg them to provide you with a written statement that you participated in their research, so that you will also take the PDF that they wrote, that you participated in that research. You will take the PDF, and then you will save it on your Dropbox or your Google Drive. And where you are mentioning that you were a graduate student research assistant, you will be able to put the link, and then create that quote, so that they will know that, okay, what is this person trying to, this is a link. When they click on the link, it will show them the document that they provided you with, highlighting all of the things that you did. It gives you more card, more credit. These are some of the strategies that people do not know. A lot of people just submit flat CV, and they've done a lot of things. They have research experiences with brilliant lecturers that would have really given them written statements that this person participated in my research. It is not only when you want reference letter that you reach out to a referee and be like, sir, please provide me with a reference letter. No, people that you have worked with, tell them to write on your behalf that you have worked with them, because these oyibo people, these white people, right, these people abroad, they like to see written evidence. So your CV can actually carry all of this. And This does not mean that your CV will become 7 pages. You are just providing a tiny link. You see, tiny link. And also, another thing to really take home, when you are mentioning some of the responsibilities that you did or that you carried out, please make sure that it is just on one line. Don't go and say participated in carrying out research in this to understand this, and then you are writing long sentences, and it gets to like maybe 3 lines. No, please don't do that. Make sure that every of your responsibility that you are communicating, short, brief, short, 2 lines maximum, 2 lines. Don't let it to go to 3 lines, please. Don't let it get to 3 lines. Very, very important. I think that is that for work experience. That is what you guys need to know for the work experience part. And now you move to the professional development training slash certification. If you have taken open massive online courses, save those courses, the certificates. When you are save those certificates, put them on your Google Drive or put them on your Dropbox, and like I said, copy the link, paste it in your CV. Create a hyperlink, paste it in your CV, and put the date. Also, arrange all of these certificates in the reverse chronological order. The ones that you just got recently should be on the top, like be at the top. Then the ones you got previously should come below. So arrange them like that. Earliest first, latest down. Sorry, latest first, then earliest below. Like that, like that. They should be on top of themselves like that. It is very, very important. Mind you, when you are listing professional training slash certifications under this, session, right? When you are listing those certificates that you have, please don't go and make opportunity in biochemistry, and probably you took what is it called, a course online on fine art. Then you now go and put fine art under professional development training slash certification. It doesn't really make any sense. It is not related. So that is why I tell people, when you are taking online courses, because it is time consuming, take online courses that you know are relevant to your field. Don't go and be taking, you can learn. No, I'm not saying you should not learn and get other ideas, be exposed. It is very, very important, but you have to be very, very strategic. When you want to take they call it open massive online courses, or sorry, massive open online courses, MOOCs. When you are taking massive open online courses, take courses that are related to the program or to your field. Take courses that are related to your field, so that when you want to apply to scholarship opportunities, you will not struggle. When you get their certificate, you just be using them and your life will become easy. Certificates are very important. Professional certificates are important. Take courses online, get the certificate, keep them. They are very, very important. You have no idea, because it gives them the impression that, okay, this student is not only restricted to like the courses they took when they were on campus, they also, they were interested to also, expand their knowledge, to cover those gaps that they have in terms of knowledge. It gives the people that are looking your CV, it gives them that impression. So please take professional courses online. Take professional courses online. Go to Coursera, go to Udemy. We also have Future Learn. We have so many platforms that you can learn and get certified. Now, we move to the part where I spoke about the leadership and volunteer experiences. These people are not really concerned about academics. Talk about your leadership, talk about your leadership positions. What have you done? In what capacity have you served before, in the past or currently? Because it gives them this impression that you are a responsible person, you are a leader, right? If you have leadership experiences, put them under leadership and volunteer experience. If you are on campus now, please volunteer. It is very important. Volunteer. Don't go and say I want to study only book. When you start applying for scholarship, you will know the result, or you will feel it. So volunteer, put yourself out there. Engage in extracurricular activities. Join social clubs. It is very, very important. Join social clubs. I'm not saying night clubs, so I'm not saying you should go to nightclub. Join social clubs, like clubs that they come together, they organize some outreaches to, spark community development. These are very, very important. And if you have the chance of becoming representative on campus, become the SUG president. These things are very important. Become the financial secretary, even if it is in your fellowship, or if you are a Muslim and you have most of these things. Get leadership experience. You never can tell. These things might really up your game, right? These things will really help you. And put the date. And if you have certificates for any of these any of this leadership or volunteer experience, add the certificate. Like I said, save the certificate on your Dropbox, save it on Google Drive, and then copy the link, paste it, create hyperlink, and that is it. Conference and visitation. Talk about your conferences. These people really love to see young students that have, experiences going to conferences and contributing to knowledge. That is the idea you give them. You give them that impression that this person really wants to improve. This person is already engaging with other scholars. This person is always there, want to know what is new in the field, what is new in research, and all of that. So go to conferences on campus. Go, please attend conferences. And while you are attending important conferences, be writing them down. Get a list. If it is even possible, reach out to the conference organizers and tell them that you want to volunteer. That is, if it is like offline conference, tell them that you want to serve food to people that are coming. That is, if you do not have a paper you want to present in the conference. You can also do some other things. Be smart. Even if you will be the person in charge of, arranging the seats for guests that are coming, that is volunteering. You will put it on your CV. I volunteered for this conference. Put the title of the conference and talk about what you did. The fact that you arrange seats for people does not mean that you did not also learn from what a lot of people said during the conference. So it depends on how you communicate your participation and some of the things you did after you must have mentioned a conference. So it is not enough for you to just say attended the conference. What did you do? You learned something. Tell them what you learned, but be very, very brief. Now, for conferences and visitation, a lot of people think you can only attend offline conferences. No, there are online conferences. Search, guys, don't joke with Twitter. When you go to Twitter, Twitter is not a place for only bands. Go to the search engine and begin to search conferences in education, conferences in art, conferences in social sciences, conferences in humanities. Just go and put it. You will be seeing conferences upon conferences. You see conferences in Asia, you see conferences in US. Attend those conferences even if you don't have paper. When you attend conferences and you see people presenting their paper, it will spur up, it will motivate you to be like, I think I need to work on a research, or maybe I should reach out to my supervisor, my undergraduate supervisor. We did not publish our research. Maybe we can do something, or like it will spark up something in you. Please attend conferences. And the reason I'm saying that you should attend conferences, both national and international, offline and online, is because when you are listing these conferences under the conference and visitation section of your CV, you will put the country. For example, if you attended an online conference that happened in the United States of America, you will put it in your CV. You see that now you will become different from a student that was only attending offline conferences in Nigeria, for example. But you were attending offline and online, right? And then you have that global coverage. You need that global coverage. You need it to show in your CV. Don't be limited to only in a country, Nigeria. Everything about your CV is Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. They are not seeing anything. The courses you also take in Coursera and in all those online platforms, there are some courses certification, right? Put them in your CV so that they can be like, oh, this guy did a course in data science and he learned it from a university that, had experts, right, that taught the course. And this university is in the United States. Put it, introduction to data analytics, in bracket, University of Michigan, because the experts that taught you were from that university. And where is University of Michigan? United States of America. And when you put it like that, okay, this student is learning, from experts in US. Wow, this person is already developing themselves. You see that you have to really be very smart when you are when you are drafting your CV. It is very, very important. This was the way I was thinking when I was writing my CV. I was like, but I actually did this course. I took this course online, but the people that taught me this course were from this university. So if I say that I got this certificate, for this course, I need to tie it, I need to connect it to a location. Then I'm like, okay, it was with the university of this. And once you mention the university, you need to mention the country. Like, I don't know if you guys are getting the memo. So make sure that you are looking at these important things. It is very, very important. Very, very important. Project, presentation, and award. If you were the best graduating student in your department, this is where you have to talk about it. Best graduating student. If you've gotten a scholarship before, put it here. If you've gotten a grant before, if you have gotten, even if it is 50 naira or 100 naira or 1,000 naira to travel to another state for a conference, that is like a grant. They call it a travel grant. Don't belittle yourself. That is a travel grant. Put it there and put the country, put the amount in brackets, however small, put it. If you look at my CV, you will see that I did the same thing. And then that is that for projects, presentations, and award section. And you move to the skills and interest. When you are mentioning skills and interest, please mention those skills and technical exposures that you have had that are related to the program, the scholarship program you are applying for, be it a master's or maybe a PhD scholarship opportunity. Put the relevant skills that you have that are related to the program. Don't go and put unnecessary skills. Please don't do it. And when you are sending your CV, this is another important thing. This is I'm already going to the don'ts. When you are sending your CV to potential supervisors, please work on the skills and technical exposure section of your CV, because the skills of the supervisor might be different from your own skills. So you really want to find a balance, because most of them, they will just go and look at your research skills and they be like, your research skills and interest, they do not really align with my own. So you want to know the research interest of that supervisor before you send your CV. Don't just have one CV that you are sending to everybody, to everybody. Yeah, you can have one CV that you are sending to everybody, depending whether these people you are sending it to have the same set of skills that you have mentioned, or have the same set of research interests that you have listed on your CV. Good and fine, you can do that. But when you want to send your CV to a new to a new potential supervisor that is having a different research interest, please go to the place where you wrote your research interest and try to tweak it so that it can align with their own, because people want to work with people that already know or have an idea of what they are doing. So this is not the time that you have to be very rigid. Please, please. Yeah. So mhm, it will be a huge advantage if these areas are related to most of the areas that the project is about. And that is for the research interest. Please, it is very, very important. So that is where I close the curtain for my own discussion, right? And we will be looking at the questions that you guys have asked. And I think Scholar Dolapo is already prepared to launch herself into the next discussion, which is the discussion three: funding and interviews. Funding and interviews. I know that a lot of you are already like, funding, funding, funding. How do you get funding? What is the idea? Please, I want to get funding. So Dolapo is going to take us through that route, and I hope you guys are enjoying this session. I can see a
Hi,
question in the comment
hi
section.
today. Sorry, I think you are going to give me 2 minutes. I want to switch my gadgets. I think this
O-
one is low. The
Okay,
battery is very low, so I might need
okay,
to switch
okay,
to something else.
okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. I think for in the meantime, I will just use that opportunity to address some of the questions that some people are already sending to the comment section. So there is somebody that said, please later tag the CV template. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to tag the CV template. Let me see if I can do that on my PC. Tag the CV template. Yeah, I'm going to do that shortly. Tag the CV template. Tag the CV template. Okay. I'm going to fetch that stuff in a moment. For the CV, while Scholar Dolapo is preparing to commence the the third discussion part of this series, I'm just going to look for the template that I was talking about. That is the CV template, and I'm going to paste it in the comment section. Yeah, I'm going to paste it in the comment section shortly. So guys, just give me few seconds. This
Oh,
is
okay.
proposal.
Okay. Ca- can I go ahead now?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Scholar Dolapo. Thank you.
Is it my network?
Where are you? Okay.
Okay. I think I'm here. Oh.
Yeah,
Can someone hear me?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I
okay.
can, I can hear you.
Sorry.
I can hear
Okay, I was
you.
trying to get it. I mean, so are you trying to do something or is something I can go ahead?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just trying to fetch a link to the CV template that I was talking about. So I'll just post it in the comment section. So that's not going to be a problem. You can continue with your own talk, right? Yeah, you can
Okay.
continue with the third section.
Okay, so nice to be back, everyone. I'm going to be turning off my video because it's already getting dark here. So
Okay.
you won't be able to see me that well. Yeah. So that was a wonderful session by today. I also myself learned a lot from him because like we said earlier, we all have different stories. But something stood out for me when today was talking about motivation letter, and which was I think we call it for the US application, we call it statement of purpose, SOP most times. So he mentioned something about first paragraph, and there's a way people ask you to create a problem. Maybe you are trying to solve a problem, trying to make your first paragraph interesting. And trust me, that was the same stories I was hearing when I was preparing my applications. Everybody keeps saying, you look for problem, try to make a new call, create a solutions, blah blah blah, and all. And I was coming from non-STEM history per se. Like there was no really problem for me to solve. Like I don't know, maybe there was a problem, but my head could not think of a problem as a
Mm,
historian. So I was like, which kind of in fact, when I was even out searching that I came across some things I can see as a problem as an historian, they were generic.
mm,
Because it was as if I was not trying to bring anything new. I felt like even a lay what's it called? Somebody that is not even in history can simply understand what I'm saying. Okay, I think most of them, because I see it now in people SOPs. When people send their SOPs to me for review, I tend to see that story everywhere. When I was growing up, I'm passionate about history. My grandmother told me, and I got interested in history when I was doing a course. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm not saying it's bad, but I just felt sometimes in history you struggle to see problems that you can solve,
mm,
and it can maybe something same thing can be safe said from for other courses in non-STEM. So what works out for me then was I tried to look for something that is peculiar to me, not necessarily a problem. In fact, mine was not even a problem. So my first paragraph was my what's it called? My first paragraph in the SOP was something about my career. And it's just the truth. I've always been passionate about becoming a professor, about a lecturer, about so I was already like interested to be in academics, and that was what I used for my first paragraph.
mm,
And it was not generic, it was not even that simple. I can't remember how I write it now. I wrote it started with something like my passion to become a I don't know, maybe I can't remember specifically, but I kind of like mentioned like my interest in becoming a I use a stronger word than that though. I'm just trying to say like my
yeah.
interest in becoming a professor led me to bikini call to have interest in PhD program, blah blah blah. And that was one of the things that my supervisor saw. And I think that was what she needed at that period. Maybe somebody young, somebody that is driven, somebody that is passionate, somebody that wants to become something, somebody that wants to stay in academics. So that was what stood out for me. So I'm just going to like have an addition like sometimes in non-STEM, you might not really see a problem to solve. People in chemistry, people in physics,
Mhm.
they will easily pick us to the other. They were there should be story. I think so for non STEM people in STEM, but in non STEM sometimes we struggle to see problems. So sometimes I just felt if you do not see problem, try to look for something that is peculiar to you and that can interest people, that can serve as a spark, that can serve as something that people will see and they be like, oh wow, you special something. So that's what I
Yeah, that's true.
So we are
And
talking about funding, right? Funding
yeah,
opportunities and what else?
yeah, we are looking at funding and interviews. Funding and
Okay.
interviews, yeah. And basically
Yeah,
just to
so
just to give you heads up what to focus on and what not to, best ways to secure fully funded opportunities, key interview questions and strategies, like how to answer those questions, like how was your own experience, getting letters of recommendation, what works, how to get a waiver, language and app fees. And we will now move to the last part that says handling negative situation. Tell us your experience when you get responses that says no fundings, no waiver, and generally like rejections. Like, how did you deal with all of this? But then let's look at funding and interviews, what to focus on and what not to.
Okay. So I'm going to start with interviews,
Okay.
because I had the opportunity to be interviewed, especially during the period of sending my cold emails and
Mm.
all. So for me, what I did was I searched a lot of YouTube videos that talked about how you are going to prepare for an off now. Is my network?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I think you are back. Hello. Yeah, yeah,
Network issues.
yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
you are
so
back.
for me, for the interview,
Okay.
I also had the opportunity to have an interview with some professors before I was finally given an admission. And something that got me so prepared was that I listened to a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of people that has shared informations on how to prepare for interview. And I think what was common in those videos is you have to be relaxed. There's no need to be scared. Even though it might not be possible, you might be nervous, you might be anxious, but but sometimes you just have to like relax. These people are
Yeah.
not gods, they are human like you. In fact, the same way you are worried that you don't know what to say, sometimes they have similar feelings, because they are also meeting somebody outside their their country. So the same way you are feeling like you are meeting somebody outside your country, they might also have those feelings of, oh, I'm meeting somebody from Nigeria, I'm meeting somebody from Ghana. And I think they are also they're also excited to speak to somebody outside their country. So you
Yeah.
just have to like so you just have to like relax and trust yourself, because for them to have given you an opportunity for an interview, they already like you. They
Hmm.
already think, they already see something in you. So you are a star at that period. So that period is now when you are going to like show that what you have been sending, what, yeah, the details you have been showing is real. You've
Hmm.
been saying you are passionate, you are this, you are that. So that's the period you are going to like display what you have been saying, would display what your CV as says. And I think they also understand that sometimes you might be good, you might be brilliant, but you might not be too good in public speaking. So when
Yeah.
you get there, when you are nervous, in fact, sometimes they try to make you relax, because they know that you are speaking with somebody outside your own country too. So some people try to make you relax, but not everybody will do that for you. You just have to do that yourself sometimes. So for me, I feel like I try to have enough preparation, and I spend a lot of time on my research, the research that I keep talking about, that I'm interested in, that is linking to their research. Because you are the one saying it's linking to your hair. So you have to like go and show that, so that your research, you know what you are saying, you know. So
Yeah, that's
when I
true.
got there, so when I got there, I kept like, when she asked me about that research, I was giving a lot of details, and I even went through their profile. I went through what some of them has done in their research, things that I've done that are similar to what they have done. So I think the one I can remember right now is the one that said, she her first book she wrote is that she was in one African country to go and conduct research and all. She interviewed people. So when I met her, me too, I started saying the same story. Like I went
Mm.
to a village in Ekiti. When I went there, I went for an interview. I did this, I did that. And like I kept talking about that. So she got interested. So what did you research about? And I think then I researched about Egungun. So Egungun was new to them. She was like, yeah.
Mm.
When did they celebrate that thing? So when I will be coming to Nigeria, can I have the opportunity to
Yeah, I
and
know, right?
and that was actually funny because she also has some Nigerian students. So I was not
Oh,
the first Nigerian student.
oh.
But when she heard it, she feel like, wow, and I have Nigerian student, but that's not their research. Something like she's hearing it as a new thing from me. So sometimes you have to go through their own profile to get prepared for an interview with them. So try to see similarities, try to know where to lay on, like where to show yourself. So this time around, it was not even about my CGPA again. It was about what am I researching about? What have I done?
Hmm.
So yeah, I think yeah, that was what stood out for me during my interview. Trust me, I was nervous. I was nervous. That was my first time, but it might not be the same for you. It's like,
Yeah.
but she tried to make things easy for me. So the next meeting we had, I was already comfortable. But the first time I was not that comfortable. And I think with time too, if you are going to have like 30 minutes interview, you might be nervous for 5 minutes. So by the time they keep conversing with you, you keep exchanging words, you will feel relaxed.
Yeah.
You will be comfortable. And another thing that also struck me then was that our accent was different.
Hmm.
And I couldn't hear her so well. And I did not want to keep repeating. Can you repeat what you said? I can't hear you. Can you say that again? So I did
I
not
know,
want to do
right?
that. And the same thing with her. She was not hearing me so well because of my accent. But
Hmm.
she was able to pick some points that she needed to hear from me. So
That's
it's not everything that you say that they will hear, or it's not everything that you say that they needed, but sometimes they just needed some words to confirm or to get that interest them. So that was the interview for me. I tried to relax myself, but I was not perfect when I was doing it. I read my SOPs, all my documents that I've sent, so that when I'm asked any questions from those documents, I'll be able to say yes. This is what I did. This is so. But when I got there, it was not even like an interview per se. It was like an interaction.
Hmm.
We were just interacting and things went well. So, and about my recommendations, I think my story was for recommendation is good. And till today, I used to appreciate God for that opportunity of recommendation letters. Because to get a recommendation letter is not easy. And it is one of your very important documents, like very, very important.
Yeah.
Because at a point when I even got comfortable with my advisor then, she laid emphasis on my recommendation. She even gave me tips on what to do to my recommendation letter. So that's to tell you how important it is. So an advisor or a prospective advisor might be interested in your applications. But if other committees did not see something unique, it might affect your application. So she told me that she's not the only one that is going to review it.
That's true.
She told me I need you to work on your recommendation letter. Fine, she has not seen my recommendation letter then because I've not submitted. And I didn't have to send the recommendation letter during the period of cold emails. But she gave me an hint about how to go about the application and all. She even gave me some hint about my SOP. She asked me to send my SOP for review and all. But for recommendations, she what I did was that I went to my school. I went back to my. I was not in my where the state where I schooled was not where I was working, but I had to like go back to my school because I know it will not be easy for me to start calling them on phone, especially when I've left the school for a while. So I went back to the school, I mean, and every professor that I know, or every lecturers that I know that I've builded a good relationship with, I went back to them.
Mm.
And it was easy for me to do because, aside from the fact that I was a good student, I was always a front seater. You can never see me at the back. In fact, you can't see me at the second line. You will see me in my first line. So, and I'm short. I have a short stature. So when they see me, they know me. And I also had the opportunity to be a class representative for a while. So I went back there. I did what a Nigerian we do. Maybe you provide gifts or something. So I did some of those things. It's part of our culture. This is not the period to see where there is lapses. It's the period for you to submit to what you need, especially because you want to get something. And it's not even a bad culture sometimes, because it's just like an appreciation. When you appreciate people, they tend to give you more.
Yeah, sure.
So I went back to my school. I went to the professors that I know that I've built good relationship with. And left to me, self, I don't think there's any lecturers that I didn't build a good relationship with. Because, like I said, I was a class representative, but I chose my best. So I needed three recommendations letter, and I went to four lecturers. So I told them about my plan. Some of them already know about it. So I told them about my plans. At a point, I had to tell them, sir, I have a draft. Because if I were to tell them to write it themselves, first they might consider like they don't have time to be drafting. Da, 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 da. And if they even provided time for you to go and be drafting it, it might be very short.
Mm.
And that's not what a good application needs. So I had to tell them, sir, I've been learning about how to write a. I wrote some. Can I show you? Can I? In fact, I got to a point that one of them even told me, just just send it to me. Like, I just sent it to the same way I sent it was the same way it was uploaded. Why some lecturers were like, send it to me, send your transcript, let me go through it. So there are some professors that will do that. But as much as some of them will give you the opportunity to draft things yourself, you also have to know what to draft. So when I was drafting my own, I pick my strengths. I pick everything that I've done in school that is special, that is good, that will present me well. So I dwell on my CGPA, I dwell on my sitting in front. I was a front seater, they can't see me at the back. So I dwell on those points, and I also dwell on my leadership skills, the same way Tunde has been saying. So I was a class representative, and I'm even a female. So I added that gender discourse. Female clinical leader and all. So I dwell on all those things. And I think, what else do I include in the recommendation letter? I think, yeah, I dwell on I dwell on some of the courses that I did, that I got good grades. So, and I made it specific to each lecturers. Like, well, like I mentioned something like, she has done three courses with me, and out of the three courses that she did with me, she had all was A's, all was excellent. When she was in my class, she paid rapt attention to classes, she asked thoughtful questions, and they were the things I did actually. But I had to like spice things up. I had to mention it. I had to carry it on top my head. And most times that's what we don't like doing as Nigerians. But that's what
Yeah.
the people need. It's not pride. At that point, it's not pride. You just have to say it. You have to like show yourself that they have the things that like that's the time to even appreciate yourself that you did something special.
Mm-hmm.
So I added all those things, and it was not difficult for all those professors to say I didn't do it because I did them. So you might not have the opportunity to sit in the front, but you might have the opportunity to relate with the professor after classes. So you can see something like anytime she finish classes with me, she comes to me to ask questions, because they are the things that are special to them over there. They
Yeah.
don't look special to us in Nigeria, but it looks special to them. Like after my class, she came, she asked me question. It's give them a feelings of you are serious, you are ready to learn, and of which most of us in Nigeria we do those things a lot. After each class we go to professor, we carry their bags, we do. So all those things, put it there, it's part of it. It's for you to you build relationship like that. You two you don't. So all
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
things, I felt like, hey, I felt like that was most of the things I included in my recommendation letter. And if they don't give you the opportunity to draft in yourself, you can tell them like, can I see? I've not been in that position anyways, but you can be like, if you can see what they have drafted, but you have to be respectful, and you have to be respectful about it. Because
Yeah.
I think one of my recommenders, one of my recommenders did not give me the opportunity to draft it, but he specifically asked me if I need to see it, and that is because he knows how to write it. Because he has been to the UK, he has written a recommendations letter for people.
Yeah.
So he told me, "Do you need to see it?" I said, "Yes, sir." So there will be some professors like that. So when they send it to you and you notice there is something you can add, or you can stylishly say it as, hey, let me add this one. Like let me improve this here. So you can do all those things. It's just how, or it just depends on how you you do it. And those times when they do it for me, when they upload it, I send datas. I send them datas, I recharge for them and all. Because if you're asking them to send it, some of our professors say they don't use phone like that.
Yeah. They
They
don't use
don't they don't
gadgets.
recharge they don't use data, they don't recharge their phones like that. So you're asking them to upload something for free, and you want them to be uploading something good or something. So some of them will not do it, and it's not their fault. It's just because you need something for them, and you're already deducting extra charges from what they are benefiting you, and you are also trying to benefit from. So you just have to like be strategic
Hmm.
about all those things. So appreciating them most times is not about you bribing or trying to. It's not that. And let them, sometimes if you don't even have much capacity like that, depending on the professors, you can make them know that you don't have much, like you've not gotten a job, all those things that that affect economy and all. As at the period I was doing it, how much was I giving? When I look at those amounts now, in fact, I'll be like, wow, it's more. So it was not really a big deal then. So you too try to go to professors that you know that they will do things for you. Professors that you know. Some professors will not send it to. Some professors some lecturers will not upload anything for you. Some lecturers don't even know how to upload things. So at a point, there are some lecturers that I had to like follow up on how to upload recommendations of letter, because some of them they don't know it. In fact, some of them themselves they don't even know how to operate WhatsApp, and you expect them to go and upload on the school websites. So, yeah, so it's just like that sometimes. So some professors, I think one thing even happened during my own time. I applied to like maybe like 4 or 5 schools around that period, and it was the same period that they have to submit all those recommendations letter. And I already put each school address on each recommendation letter. So by the time a professor wanted to upload for a particular school, like there was a mix up. He uploaded
Hmm.
to a school with a wrong address. Do you
I
get?
see.
And it was not his fault. And so it
Yeah.
was at that
True.
point that I learned that, oh, I should have let him submit to University of Memphis today, and ask him to submit to University of Cornell tomorrow, and or maybe next day. Do you get? So
Mm-hmm.
it was later that I learned it. But as at that time he did it, I was angry. I was like, how, I mean, how will you do those? Our professors don't know how to do you, and it's not their fault. Some of them don't just my own dad himself cannot even use WhatsApp sometimes. Sometimes he has to call me and ask, so where do I so all those things we have to understand and put them in a place of parents. put them in a place of I have to like humble myself to the lowest level. Like humble yourself. You are the one that need help. Even if they are sending you left and right, because recommendation letter is very, very important. So I felt it's a period for you to humble yourself. If you can go back to your school to speak to them, go back to your school, speak to them, tell them about your plans. But if you don't have that opportunity, call them. And most times it depends on the relationship you built during an undergraduate, during your undergraduate studies too. If you've not built a relationship whereby they will easily know you, my dears, I think you have to go back to your school.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't even have the financial capacity to stress someone. If you don't have the capacity to say, Prof, please help me. You're asking Prof, you're asking lecturer to please help you do something. And there's no, you are sending 5,000 in this economy. So I so you self put yourself in those positions. So sometimes it's not about they are this, they are that. It's just about you knowing what you want at that period and trying to give it all you have to give it.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's what I think about recommendation letters. Then about funding opportunities. I don't know how people are searching for funding opportunities, but when I was applying or when I was preparing to apply, I did not even look for school for admission. What I was looking for was funding. I forget how I used to type it, but I think I used to type it like graduate because I can't remember, but something like history graduate teaching assistant, history research assistant, or something like that. Because most of the spaces I attended to, they used to say teaching assistant is funded, graduate assistant is funded. So I did not look for admission like a student.
Mm.
Because most times if they give you admission like a normal student or master student, they think you have money. So that's the reason why you have to be specific. I'm talking about US. I don't know about others. So you have to be specific about the kind of opportunity you are looking for. Especially when you go through their profile, sometimes they will state it out. We fund our graduate teaching assistants. This is the requirements, blah, blah, blah. We fund our master students if they have this level of something, something, something. So you have to look for all those things. And it even got to a point that I was not looking for masters again. Because most of the masters I was seeing for history was like, we don't offer funding for masters. And the one that I even got that was masters that they used to have funding, they look for fellowships for you.
Mm.
So not like the program is funded, but when they give you admission and maybe a specific advisor think your profile is good or he wants you as your student, then it's going to help you look for one fellowship, or the department is going to award you one fellowship or the other. So I
Yeah.
don't know, but for PhD, most times they're going to state it out like our PhD is funded. You are going to be a teaching assistant. You are going to be a research assistant. So when I was searching, I was not searching for just admission. I
Mm.
was searching for funding. So I already know what I want. I know I cannot, if they give me a deficit of 5,000, I cannot cover 5,000. So yes, I can't cover it. So I already know I was not looking for admission. There's a difference between looking for an admission and they think, oh, you've gotten an admission and your profile looks well or something. And I think those are the funding is even part of the reasons why we are sending cold emails in the first place. If you don't need funding, if it's just admission, you might not need to be doing all those paparazzi that we are doing, all these
Yeah.
my CGPA is this, my CGPA is that. So you have to know the kind of admission you are looking for. You have to go through the department or yeah, it's even the department. You have to go through their website. You have to know what you are looking for. And it got to a point for me that I started looking through the schools of students in that school, especially African students. So I was looking for graduate teaching students in that school. I'll reach out to them. I will ask them questions. I will, like I think yeah, I did some stuff like that. Fine, not all of them will reply. The same way not all professors will reply to your code emails. So it got to
Mm.
that point for me that I was asking, and even when you are sending code emails to, there are some professors that will tell you funding is not available. There's no need to push forward. If funding is available, they will tell you. They know you are looking for funding by sending code emails. They
Yeah,
know it's because you
exactly.
don't have school fees. So if you have school fees, so I was not. So what I'm trying to say per se is that I did not look for anything that had deficits because I know that I cannot cover it. I was looking for fully funded scholarship, and I was searching based on teaching assistantship, research assistantship, and part of my code emails, I was asking those questions.
Mm.
I included that question in my code email. Do I need to submit English test? Do I need to submit? Do I need to? I forgot. I forgot. I just drafted those questions. I think it was like 4 questions that I drafted then. So after I introduced myself and put some level of achievement or research, I list some questions like I want to apply to your school. Do I need to? And at a point, I switched from I was doing two. I was sending different code emails to supervisors. I was sending different code emails to graduate coordinator. So if I'm sending my mails to graduate coordinator, it will just be like a brief introduction of myself, then going direct to some questions like, do I need to submit English test? Do I need to like, does the admission covers fully funded? And yes, they were giving me those response. Yes, for our master, few of our master students gets funded. All our PhD program are fully funded. All those things. So that was the way I go about my funding opportunities. And for countries outside US, what I did was public scholarship. I applied to public scholarship. DAD, everybody knows that DAD it was is fully funded, and most times they even cover flights for people that they give admission. And for Erasmus too, it's quite popular that they fund their students and also. But for US and Canada, I was looking for where they will state it that we are offering fully funded opportunity. If they did state it, I will message their graduate coordinator if there is that opportunity. So if there is no funding, I won't look there. So it was like that for me. Then what else are we talking about? Oh,
Yeah, definitely. It's actually some of the things that we really need to pay attention to when we are looking out for those scholarship opportunities at different university, the availability of fully funded scholarship opportunity. Once you are not seeing anything that is of interest, you don't really need to waste your time. Just move to another university. And also, as it has to do with the recommendation, right? I think somebody has asked a question, but we will answer the question towards the end of this discussion or after this discussion with Scholar Dolapo. So, what is actually remaining, or what are remaining right now, is you've spoken about getting letters of recommendation. You've spoken about like what works. Now we want to talk about how to get a waiver, language, and app fee.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
language and
so
app fee.
yeah, so for the language, I kind of like mentioned it during the stuff I just talked about right now. I for the application fee and for the language test, I sent code emails to program coordinator. And sometimes, in fact, most times it's already stated on their websites. So some will make it like they will list countries that they already waive language tests for. For in fact, most times Nigeria's for most of the schools I came across then, there is always a wave for Nigeria because I think some of them already know that English is our official language and all. But in a situation where they did not state it, you can send them an email. You can send your program coordinator an email if they waive English test, blah blah blah. If they did not waive it, if they cannot waive it, they are going to state it for you. And another thing I did then, aside from asking them, I tell them that I studied in English. If they want to do an interview with me to see that I can speak English, that is fine. But I let them know that I speak English. So some of them will just ask you to, one of the school I applied to just asked me to get a supporting letter from my school. And I think most of the Nigerian universities provide a letter like that. Maybe through
Yeah.
your rector or through your HOD, they will state that this particular person graduated with graduate degree, and he studied all through in English, all his courses was in English, blah, blah, blah. There's a way they used to write it. So sometimes you just have to ask those questions if they are going to waive it for you or not. And some people, some I think some schools too, they have some programs like a test. They are going to conduct a test for you if they speak. But I think the English things has actually like reduced. For US, oh, for US, I don't know about other countries, they might not be waiving it. But I think most schools are always waiving English nowadays, especially for Nigerian students. But in a case where, yeah, I have a friend that has a particular a peculiar case of English tests. The school offered him, in fact, that one is not even from Nigeria again, because he already finished his masters in Italy,
Mm.
and he wanted to proceed by getting PhD in the US and all. So the professor, I mean the supervisor already saw his profile, is interested and all. But the school, you must have an English proficiency test. And for that school, they are not even accepting Duolingo. They are not accepting, I don't know what else, but they are just accepting IELTS and TOEFL. So that professor is really interested, but he cannot waive it because it's the school requirements.
Yeah.
And the professor already assured him that if he gets that English, oh, is going to give him admission. So if
Mm.
it happens in that case, then you can go and do the IELTS or whatsoever, because he had to go ahead and do it. And fortunately for him, he didn't even have to go to that school again, because the same way he was sending mails to that professor, the same way he was looking at another schools. So eventually he got a better offer and he went for that. So if you have a peculiar case like that, I can say you can go ahead. If you have money, go and write IELTS. But I think the issue of IELTS has kind of like reduced, or the case of English test has kind of like reduced to what it was before. Because I think some people are even sending mails to schools that Nigeria, we speak English. English is our official language, and I think countries like Ghana and all. So some schools will list it out for you. That's this country, this particular country. You don't have to write English test, blah blah blah. Then for application fee, it was part of the thing I included in my code emails to program coordinator too. I asked them the question of, can the application be waived? Can the clinical some states that they can waive it for me. Some says that it's the school requirement, it's the school that will waive it. So if you go through the school, they might say the first people that apply, maybe the applications is opening in August. So if you apply between August 15th to August 30th, the application is free. Then afterwards, you have to pay the application and all. So it depends on that school, or on that program. And some programs, the application is free. And I also encountered one school then that states that if your CGPA, if your CGPA is from something like a 4 points, because I think my own school CGPA was 5.0. So if they stated it out that if I have like 4 points, from 4 points upwards, they are going to waive application fee for me. And it's, I think a couple of my friends has also attested to things like that. And you can
Yeah.
also, if you have, in a case where you have secured an advisor, you can also ask an advisor if they can waive application fee for you, and it reduce the cost of your hustle. It reduce the cost of your financial needs of getting opportunities abroad when you ask for free application fee, when you ask for them to waive your application fee. And I think one of the details that I included then, because some schools will ask you to submit a letter, or you might even need
Mhm.
to draft a mail to them for them to waive the application fee for you. So one of the things I mentioned then was the exchange rate was expensive. I cannot afford it. I cannot. So yeah, it just depends. It just depends. But I think applying earlier too can help you secure some application fee waive. Yeah, then securing an advisor too can help you. Yeah. And reaching out to program coordinator too. If a program coordinator sees your profile as compelling. In fact, I think during my own time, program coordinators were even suggesting advisors for me. When
Hmm.
I sent them mail, they were suggesting that if you reach out to Professor blah blah, if you reach out to Dr. So so so, is accepting students. Yeah. So things like that. Yeah. That was what. Yeah.
Yeah, so that means it is actually very important to reach out, guys. Guys, explore all options and do not leave any stone unturned. It is actually very, very important. Regarding funding, when you are writing your code email, put it there that what is the funding reality? Like, what is the fully funding, like the possibility of getting a fully funded opportunity to pursue a PhD program, or to carry out a research in a university. You can be open, ask that question on your when you are writing a code email to a professor, but don't really over emphasize too much on that. Just chip it in. Yeah, chip it in. They know that you don't have funding and you are reaching out to them. I mean, you just wrote a code email. If you had funding, you were also going to communicate that information to them and say, I have funding, I can fund my PhD. So once you are reaching out to them, they already know, because you are asking them if they have a project on ground, and if there is a possibility of you getting funding through them to pursue that program. So yeah, do that. It is very, very important. So she has spoken about funding, she has spoken about interview, we've spoken about recommendation letter. Guys, recommendation letter is also very important. The person that is recommending you is also very, very important. And I'm talking from my own personal experience, because when I submitted my recommendation letter, my supervisor later told me when I traveled down to New Zealand that your recommendation letters were very, very strong. I think she did not tell me when I came here. It was during my interview, because I began to realize later that some of these documents that I was submitting, right, they were very important. They formed the reason why I moved, or I was able to cross to the interviewing phase of my PhD application. So it is very, very important. Recommendation letters are very, very much important. And also, I have also been um privileged, right, to get recommenders who, before they send their recommendation letter, some of them will ask me, do you want to read it? That is a very huge flex. And then you'll be like, okay, that will be good. And when they ask you if you want to read it, it helps you to really know if what they wrote kind of or completely relates to what the program is all about. Because most of these people, you don't expect them to go and be reading what the scope of the program is, go and be doing. No, no, no. Some of our professors, they will just tell you, what do you want to write about? Can you type it and then send it to me? And then they will go through it, and some of them can provide you with the letterhead and tell you to write
Mhm.
and send it to them. So they will now do like a proper vetting, add some things, and then append their signature before
Yeah.
they are going
I
to
think
submit it on your behalf, right? So they do that a lot. So be very, very strategic. Sometimes you might even want to ask them politely that you would like to see the recommendation letter. Sometimes another trick is you might just tell them that okay, it is maybe your responsibility to send the what's it called, the reference letter yourself, and maybe in the long run you just be like, oh, they are supposed to be the ones to send it. Yeah, but I mean, you already see what the recommendation letter looks like. It is not because you are desperate. You are just trying to be very careful and to know if they really wrote well about you, because some of them will not even ask for your consent, quote and unquote. And I mean that they might not even say, do you want to see the recommendation letter? They will just write and submit. And this is something that has to do with your own life and destiny. And you know that what you are applying for, you are not the only one applying for it. It is a competition. So you really want to be sure that when a problem comes, you want to know where the problem is coming from. You don't want to be in the dark and be like, could it be that it was the recommendation letter somebody sent on my behalf that is bringing me these negativities? Like you want to know where the problems are coming from. And while you are on campus as an undergraduate student, if you are there currently or if you have graduated, please try to build a very good relationship with your supervisors. Like, you really need these people. You need them. Don't say because you graduated you have nothing to do with them. If you had bad relationship with them, there is a way you can always settle things. Like, reach out to these people. Sometimes it is not only when you need recommendation letter you start reaching out to them. Once in a while, if you have their contact, send them text messages just to say hello. These people are also struggling. Forget the fact that they are lecturers. Life is not all settled for them. I mean, reach out to them, ask for their welfare. You are now a graduate, you are a big person, so behave like that big person. You really need their assistance and they will be ready to help you. Most of these um professors on campus, they can also support you. Who knows, they might have like a project that is coming up, and you reach out to them and be like, if there is anything you can contribute, if they are writing a paper and there is a way you can do the reviewing, reading and all of that, editing and stuff, so that they can include you in scientific papers. This would help you, because when you start applying for opportunities like this, these are the things that you will include in your application document. So build relationship. Guys, don't be too quiet. You are not there yet, so why are you gentle? Why are you quiet? Reach out to people, talk to people. I mean, a professor is already a professor. You are a student. So you should be more hungry. Like, you should be hungrier. So reach
Yeah.
out to them politely, make them to know that you are serious. This thing, sir, I need this thing. And when you give them that impression, they will turn around and they will favor you. So that's on building that relationship. It is very, very important. And not until, or not when you only need things. Reach out to them, from time to time. They really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Forget the strong headedness that they were carrying all around on campus. They know that you've graduated and you are experiencing life right now. Some of you feel that it is already too late. 2 years now, I've not reached out to this man. How is this man going to think? Stop thinking for them. Reach out to them, greet them, send them text message. If you even have cash, gift them. They will be helping you. In fact, they will start checking on you. And it is not a must that you keep sending them cash, sending them cash. You just want to build like a very good relationship. And with time, you will discover that the relationship you are even building with them is not only going to be limited to you getting recommendation letter. Who knows, you might also need their assistance to help maybe your brother, because they might know somebody that is in another department or faculty that can write recommendation for a family relative of yours. So these are the things, like, build relationship, move closer to people that matters. If you want your life to change, yes, if you want your life to change, be hungry, be very fluid, be flexible. Don't just stay in one place and think things will happen. No, things will not happen. There's a parable that says that the person that is in want, you that you want something, your hand should be longer than the person that is giving it to you. So you need to go all out if you want things to move in your direction for good. So that is that
Mm.
for funding.
Um,
And
today.
what about, like, how do you deal with negative situation? Because a lot of people, once they get rejection like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they are not applying for graduate school again. They will tell you that, see, I am
Mm.
tired, please leave me alone. You just discover that they've disappeared into thin air. They are no longer reaching out to you. It is now looking as if you are their enemy. I have people like that currently. When I review their application document once, I review it twice, and maybe because of the way I reviewed it, they don't like the language, which in the real sense, I was actually telling them the fact, about scholarship application. Some of them, they just lose interest and say, please, I don't think I can do this. And most of them, once they apply, after everything I've taken them through all the reviews, and then they get a rejection, they just get totally broken down, thinking that because I have reviewed their application, they will get scholarship automatically, which is actually not the case. They forget that it is a process, it is a marathon, and not like a sprint. So how did you deal with rejection? Like, when you get that information, no funding, no waiver, rejection, what do you do?
Okay, so first, before I talked about that, I remember the point about recommendation letter. I think another thing that is very important for a recommendation letter is writing a recommendation that matches your other documents.
Mm,
Something like your CV, something like your SOP. You cannot be
mm.
saying you are a leader in your SOP and there's no leadership in your recommendation letter.
Recommendation.
Because this time you are not the one writing. You've written what you think you are. Now somebody has to confirm that thing.
Mm.
Somebody like have to like I don't know, I don't know. Authenticate what
Authenticate.
authenticate what you've said. You
Mm,
said you are a leader. Who knows you as a leader? They are your lecturers. You said you were a class rep, you said you are a class this, you are close to your lecturer, you were which were you? So that period, you need your recommendation to state something supportive to your document. This is not a repetition period though. It's a period to support what you've said. In fact, during my process during my process, some of my professors asked me to send my other application documents. Some of them
yeah.
ask me for my SOP, especially those that are experienced, those that has experience
Mm-hmm,
in all
mm-hmm.
these things. So if I said I graduated with a first class, my professor can also say it. She graduated when she was the best student in her class. She was this, she was quiet, she was attentive, she asked questions, she did this, she was part of the faculty, something like you just need somebody to like re-emphasize what you've said, but this time not as a repetition, but as something like a confirmation message. So that's what I thought about right now about recommendation letter. Then about rejection, I might not be too good in that area, because honestly, I did not have any rejection. What I had was a waiting period, and that
Mm.
waiting period too, it can be so draining, and it can be in fact it can be linked to rejections if you are not careful. Because during my cold emails period, I was already getting some good feedback. But the period everybody is posting that this period you should be getting your letter, this period you should be getting your admission. If they give you admission, you should be. I was not getting it too. I was I was not getting so, and sometimes I will even hear like some schools will not get back to you, some school will not write any rejection letter. So just know that if they are not responding,
Mm.
it has gone. So that's the professors that gave me a good feedback. I sent her a mail and she did not respond immediately the way she used to respond. Because I think that time they were already on break. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure. I don't know the reason why she didn't get back to me on time. Maybe they were working on the funding or something. But As at the period when I was expecting my yes, the yes did not come. So I had to, and as a matter of fact, till today, there are some schools that I applied to and they didn't say anything to me. So they are already
Wow.
no. But I refuse to accept that no. Because after all, they did not send me no. They
I
didn't
know,
send me any
right?
message. So I understand that it can be difficult, it can be challenging. But when I was waiting that I thought it's no, I did not give up. I was already working on the next application. I was already listening to people that were giving sections about next cycle admission. I was already following people that are giving opportunity to review documents for the next cycle. So I'm just saying, like, as at that period, I felt like I have received a no, but I did not give up. I've started looking out for the next circle. But when I got my yes, that stuff that I was looking for, it gets more relaxing. So waiting period can be challenging, rejection can be challenging, it can be draining for everybody. And we take things differently. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can no longer hear you. I think our network is at it again. Oh my god. Yeah, she's going to join again. I think she's having internet glitches, so she's going to join again, guys. And look at the comment section. I just post a link. That is the link to the CV template I spoke about. So I yeah, that is it. I would want you guys to click on it and tell me what you see. Tell me what you see, and yeah, let's know what's up. So that is the link. Uh, yep. She she's having connections issues. The network is very bad where she is. Yeah, I think she is having serious connection issues. But if we have been paying attention to what she has actually been saying, there are different ways that people see rejections. There are different ways that people react to it. And it is actually very important that you understand, first and foremost, before you start any scholarship application. The advice is that do not nurse any idea that it is going to be a positive result, like it is going to end on a positive note. It is actually something that when you do it, you might just put yourself in a position that you might not be liking in the long run. So you don't necessarily need to like put yourself in that position thinking that because you have applied for a scholarship opportunity, you must get it. And that is why people are advised to spread their options. I've also applied to so many scholarship opportunities, and I did not get any positive response. I did not. I normally get, oh my god, why is it saying, okay, I am going to direct you to where that video, you have to look at my playlist. Let me open my stuff on my laptop. I just saw it now. I'm going to show you. So that video is the one I spoke about. Yeah, one of my videos on how I got my New Zealand visa. There is a video on my YouTube, how I got my New Zealand visa. Go to the video description. Under the video description, you are going to see, okay, she's back. But then you are going to see a link. Uh, oh my god, I think, okay. Sorry. That is not the video. Yeah, all of this problem. What? But I just saw it. Okay, yeah. It is under. I think I already accept. I added. So for the CV template, click on my video, the one that I did on get a potential supervisor for your MSc slash PhD. Yeah, MSc slash PhD basically. So when you click on that video, go to the video description. Under the video description, I post some links. So you can see, if you want to get the link to a code email, like a sample of what a code email should look like, there is a link there. And also, to a video on the CV that got me a PhD scholarship, a link is also there. But our concern right now is to the CV template itself. So the link is there. You can click on the link probably after this live session, and it will take you to the CV template that I'm talking about, and you can, make good use of it. Yeah, make like a very good use of it. So we have Dolapo, so I think she would want to continue with our discussion. I think it remains like very few points. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Hi, sorry everyone. It's my network. I'm in
I know,
Nigeria
right?
and the network is so bad in my area.
I know,
Um
right?
so yeah, so I think what were we talking about?
Yeah, I think
We
you've
were talking
already, to some extent, you've wrapped up. You've spoken about, situations where people don't get funding, situations where people do not get the opportunity to get that,
Yeah.
application fee waiver and rejections and all of that negativities that are attached to, finding a scholarship opportunity, either a PhD or a master scholarship opportunity to study abroad. All of these are part of the processes. So you should also expect negative while you are very much interested in positives, because they are part of the whole, experience. Sometimes the negative response that you even got might just
Oh,
happen
okay.
to prepare you, right? It might just happen to prepare you so that when you get in contact with somebody in the near future, you might just be the strength that person needs. Because sometimes when you tell people about your experiences, you boost their energy, you reinvigorate them, and they want to keep on pursuing what they are pursuing because they are seeing you as a point of reference. you have told them that you have also failed before you pass and before you got to where you are today. So whenever they want to give up, they remember that this person told me that he has had this similar experience and he was able to prevail, or she was able to prevail. So these things are actually part of the whole process. Don't think that once you apply to a scholarship opportunity, you must get a yes. No, it is not automatic. It is
Yeah,
not
it is not.
automatic. Yeah, so it is part of the whole exercise. People get rejections upon rejections back to back. So it is not a like a new thing. And one thing I also want to say, in order for you to minimize the losses that you would incur after a rejection. Now, when we are talking about, application fees, right? Please, guys, be very, very careful. Now, this is the thing, you know, nothing is promised. So when you are reaching out to potential supervisors, ask them questions. When they tell you that they have opportunities that you should go and apply, I think Dolapo already highlighted all of that. Go and apply. Go and apply does not translate into, you already, how do I put it now? Go that a supervisor tells you to go and apply does not mean that they have accepted you and you have gotten fully funded opportunity. No. Sometimes program coordinators are always saying that go and apply. The reason they are always telling you go and apply, they just want to gather statistics for the university, because at the end of the tenure or at the end of the session, the university is going to look for a way of collating the number of application or international applicants that they receive for that year. So you will now be a part of the what's it called, collation.
Applicants.
Yeah, collation of applicants that paid application fee but did not get anything in return, because they will now tell you that, oh, we are sorry. So when you are reaching to potential supervisors, do not only rely on them telling you to go and apply, especially when you will be paying application fee. Make sure that the green light you get from them is very, very green. A supervisor that you know is interested to do a interview, sorry, or do an interview with you, a supervisor that is interested to do an interview with you, to see you and discuss with you, and then tell you that they are interested in you, that you are the one they need for that position, that you should go and apply, that is a very, very green light. Always make sure that it gets to that stage where the supervisor would organize a Zoom meeting with you and you guys will have that conversation. Because the experiences I had, right, it was as a result, it was after I had that mini Zoom meeting with these people that we proceeded to the next level. So it gave me that confidence that the green light is very green. So I know that when I'm applying for this opportunity, 100% chances are there that I must get this fully funded opportunity, because I have done an interview. In fact, during the interview or after the interview, I asked them, do you see me as the best candidate for this position? Because I do not have money. I can, squeeze out this little money to pay for the application fee, but I don't really have money. If you know that I am not a, you know, potential student, if you know you pick others over me, please don't allow me to waste my money. I can always use it for other universities. But then there is something about newbies in this scholarship finding and all of that. A lot of people are very desperate, especially, for example, you are coming from Africa, you just want to leave your country or your continent, you just want to escape. So you are putting yourself in that desperate context, and in the long run you might really regret it. So be very, very sure before you put your resources into any of these exercises, these PhD or master's scholarship application exercises. Be very, very sure, very, very sure. I know a lot of friends that have paid application fee, and in the long run, they just got admission, no scholarship. Application fee has gone. The university has added that to their yearly and collation. So don't become part of this collation upon collation. Try as much as possible get that very green light, so that even when you get rejected, you will know that the fault is not from you. At least you made sure that you clarify everything with these people, but probably, in the long run, they dished you. So yeah, it happens. But if you take all these things into consideration, it is going to be difficult for you to waste money. It is going to be difficult for you to waste money. And we'll move to the main discussion four parts, which has to do with open questions and answers. And our moderator is actually Olumide Ojediran from University of Colorado in Boulder, that is in United States of America. But he has sent me a message that he is unfortunately not going to be around. So myself and Scholar Dolapo can actually deal with all of the questions. So you can start dropping your questions in the comment section, and we'll address those questions one after the other. I think we already answered the question on passport. Somebody said, what of when you have 10 years passport? I mean passport, it's a joke. I think the context within which you asked that question was when Dolapo was talking about age restriction and all of that. And I want to believe that I already clarified that. Yeah, your passport is really not a problem. Having a 10 years passport is even better. Oh, probably you meant when I said, I think this person commented when I said if you have a passport and your passport is going to expire very soon, so it will boost you and give you that, that um feeling of responsibility, like I need to do something. So this guy is asking, what if your passport is 10 years? So you need to go and relax because the expiration date is long. No, no, don't do that to yourself. I mean, it is your money, right? You use your money to get the passport. So let the reason for getting that passport drive you. And until you get what you want, don't stop. Yeah, don't stop. So don't look for anything that would make you to find excuses. Do all scholarship opportunities come with application fee? I think not all of them, basically not all of them.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example. When I was applying to the University of Oxford, I paid application fee. It was around 96 pounds. Yeah, 96 pounds. I paid the application fee. And when I was applying to this university in New Zealand, I did not pay any application fee. It was free. So there are some universities where the scholarship application process, or even the normal admission process, you are not going to pay any application fee. It is totally free. That is yeah, it is totally free. So you might even want to make that one of your criteria, right? When you are searching for universities where you do not need to pay application fee, they are there. Just type it into your Google search engine, or use chat GTP, universities in the United States of America without application fee during admission process and all of that. It is going to bring out all of those universities. Then you will now go to the university's website to go and confirm if the information that ChatGTP gave you is actually correct. So that is how to really narrow down on information that are relevant that you need when you are looking for scholarship opportunity, and when you are bothered about some things that you don't really have clarity on. So it is very, very important. So I already gave you guys where you can see the CV. It is on one of my video, right? I already gave you guys the title of that video. I think I spoke about it. Please check out that video. Check the description of the video. You will see the link to the CV template. Click on it, and then you can look at it and use it to draft your own CV. You can also send it. You can send your CV to me. I'll be happy to review your CV. It won't take me anything. Yeah, it won't take me anything. Oh, okay, quick question. There was no mention of IELTS. Can we get scholarship without our IELTS? I think Dolapo already answered that question. For those that are just joining, or those that joined late, You can get a scholarship without IELTS. There are different universities where you don't need IELTS to get a scholarship. I mean, it is one of the language requirements, right? So if you can prove that your university was totally, or sorry, the bachelor's degree, or the time or the period when you were on campus, English language was the official language of instruction on campus throughout your academic years, then you need to get an official document from the university or from your department stating that that is the case, and you submit it to the university when you are applying, and they are going to waive IELTS and other English language based tests for you. So you are not going to bother your head around that. And that is why it is important to check this requirement. Check the requirement. When you go to a university website, language is very important. Language requirement should be one of the things the first things you are going to check, and look at it critically, because sometimes they will list a lot of language tests that they need, and then one little portion on that website will just say language option. Students that got their degree in a university where English, once you see that information, you just know that it means that English language test, those IELTS and others, can be waived for you, but on the condition that you provide an official document from your university where you graduated from, that English language is the official mode of instruction. Simple. And that is it. You don't need to go and be learning. Why will you be learning English language again? It doesn't make any sense. Please, will the recording of this be shared? Yes, it is automatically like saving. So after this live, we are going to just do some, if I have the chance to do some edits, because it is actually very long, and then I'll post it so you can come back and watch it again. And I hope that is going to be good. What university are you talking about? Yeah, we are just talking about, we are referring to what universities actually requires, or what they request for when you are applying for scholarship opportunities to study abroad. So this information goes out to all universities that you are having in mind that you want to apply to. So it is not really like a specific discussion for a specific university per se. It is something that you really need for all universities when you want to apply for scholarship opportunities. I mean, we've covered a lot of like information. You can check the official flyer. I made a post, check it, and you will see like um an outline of everything we've discussed during this boot camp. So let's move. Did you click yes from your application portal to access your letter after submission? I'll leave this one for Dolapo to answer. Did you click yes from your application portal to access your letter after submission?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, the question sounds kind of confusing, so I'm trying to see if I can rephrase it. I think the person is referring to what is it called, reference letter. Did you click yes from your application portal to access your letter after submission? But you have submitted it already, so why do
I
you
still
need
do
to
not.
so why do you need to click yes? Olidan, can you rephrase your question and send it again? Because we are finding it difficult to understand the question properly. Now he asks another question. Please help us with templates of the questions so we can know fashion some of our questions. You have to also rephrase that one again, because I can't understand. But if you want a template of the question, that is also okay. I think when I post the live, automatically all of these questions will appear. Yeah, all of the questions will appear, and people did not really ask a lot of questions. The link is not connecting, keep saying something went wrong. Yeah, it is because when I clicked on the link and I paste the link on the or in the comment section, the link was too long, and comment section has like word limit, so the link was too long. I had to cut it, and when I paste it, I think it has trimmed some of the important back end information, so that is why it is not going through. So if you want to get the link, go to the video I spoke about. The video description has the link to the CV template. Just click on it and you'll be able to access it. And I think that is okay. So I created a poll
I
actually.
think
Yeah, you were going to say something.
uh
You were going to say something.
yeah, I don't know if you answered this question, but I think there's an interesting question here about if you need to add your supervisor name to your do we need to add the supervisor name for the thesis?
Really?
Is the person talking about SOP? Because if the person is talking about SOP, for somebody like me, I added mine. So it might be good to state it, especially in I think in that area of SOP where you have to write about your undergraduate research. So you can add that Professor so supervised my research, especially if that supervisor is going to write a recommendation letter for you.
Mm.
So your prospective supervisor.
Yeah, I think that is like a network glitch. So basically, the question says, do we need to add the supervisor name for the thesis? Yeah, if it is requested that you add the supervisor's name, why not? You have to do it because it is part of the requirement. So it is important to focus on what is required, what they say you should do. If they ask you to list, or if they ask you to mention it, yeah, mention it. Yeah, so welcome Dolapo. You were saying something. I think our network is not
Yeah,
stable.
so it might be good to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now.
The network is really frustrating me. So I think you
Sorry.
might add it, especially if you are referencing your undergraduate or your former thesis or your former research. So I can just add it like Professor so supervised my work, especially if that professor is going to write a recommendation letter for you. So it might become important for you to put their names. And also if they have titles or they have done a lot of work, or if they are quite, if you know that their names carries weight. And sometimes your prospective advisor see it as you are being appreciative, or you are referencing people that has taught you in the past.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so in the cases like that, you might need to how many space will their name take, right? So you might
I know, right?
yeah, so you might need to add it. But if you don't have to, then you don't have to. But for somebody like me, I added mine.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So I hope you got the response. It has to do with, like it differs from
Okay, I
person to
think it's talking
person.
about CV.
Yeah.
He
Please
said it's
tag
talking about CV.
please later tag the CV template. And there is another place. I think how come I jumped these questions? Thank God that you point my attention to them. It says that what if they check the certificate and they see that the grade has been filtered from what it is in the CV? From They check the certificate. You see, the thing is, on your certificate, right? If I can remember vividly, my certificate, did they actually write the points, that is my CGPA, like the point itself, or they just put the grade like 2-1, 2-2 or first class? I think on the certificate they just put your first class, they don't really put the grade. But in transcript, they actually put, you know, the way they calculated everything and the way they arrived at that grade. What I actually said is not that you should go and filter your certificate or filter your grade. No, that is not the information I passed across to you. This was what I said. Listen attentively. For my own degree, right, my CGPA, the how do they, like, the scale was over 7.0. That is the scale. That is the top 7.0 CGPA scale was what I was, you know, kind of operating under while I was on campus, during my own time on campus, basically. So you can imagine that 5 points, 4.6 to 5 points, 4.6 to 6.0. So 4.6 to 5.9. Yeah, now I think my head is getting, I don't know, I'm feeling dizzy. 4.6 to 5.9 was the our 2-1. 6.0 to 7.0 was the first class grade. So what I said was that instead of me to say, for instance, 5.5 slash 7.0, I just said 5.5 slash 6.0. And now remember, 5.5 is 5.5. I did not change anything. That is the CGPA. And there is no way you want to twitch it. 5.5 is a 2-1, second class upper. So when they now look at your transcript, they will see that for sure what you wrote, which is that your 5.5, is also the same thing as 5.5 on your transcript. But the idea that I was giving you was that when you put it 5.5 over 6.0, which is where the first class starts from, that is 6.0, it is very close. I don't know if you are getting that logic. It is very close. Unlike when you say 5.5 slash 7.0. So 5.5 is far away from 7.0. But when you say 5.5 over 6.0, it is close. The highest range of that CGPA is on 7.0. Good and fine. But the first class starts from 6.0. I don't know if you get my. I'm just trying to make sure that the 2-1 grade is close to, the range, that is where the first class starts from, so that once they just see it 5.5 over 6, they just feel like, oh, this is amazing, right? But when they go to your transcript, they can see that, okay, 6.0 is actually where the first class starts, and you've already put it in bracket that you graduated with a second class upper degree, which is 2-1. And then in bracket you put the CGPA, which is your CGPA. It's not as if you are changing 5.5 to 5.7 or 5.5, you are rounding it up to 6.0. CGPA does not work like that. You don't round up anything, but just look for that point that starts your first class. Sometimes it can get very messy when the point that your first class starts from is having, like an improper fraction per se. Maybe it is starting from 4.5. So it looks somehow, but you can imagine 4.5 over 5.0. There are some people that their first class is 5.0. So that is the mark. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say, but I believe that Dolapo understands my explanation. So if there are some other questions, you can, let me see. Okay.
I think the
Oh my.
guy said he's talking about CV and not statement of purpose. So I think for CV,
Okay.
I also included my advisor's name, my undergraduate advisor. Because if you are claiming that you did a thesis or you did a research or you did an undergraduate project, so was it not supervised by someone? So
Yeah.
I don't know if the name was included in a bracket or a dash, but I think there's a space where you can include that person that supervised that work. because you
Yeah.
even need that same person to write a recommendation letter for you. But in the case where you can't, like they can't write the recommendation letter for you, it's not, you can't because of that give up on your dream or something. But I think it's they are very important in your recommendation letter. Your supervisor is very important in most of your documents. So if you are writing in your CV that you've written a thesis, you've written something when you were an undergraduate or you were in your master's degree, then it's, unless it is an independent research, not like something when you were in school, then I think you don't have to include a name. But if it's something you did as a student, then you have to include the person's name.
Yeah, so that is actually the case. It's very, very important that when to put these people in context. Sometimes it can even give like them this impression of you being somebody that is very much inclusive. For my
Yeah.
CV, right? I think they are already looking at my CV and they are not seeing something like that. I did not mention the names
Yeah.
of any of my supervisor. But do you know that
Oh,
there are some opportunities that we request? That is why you have to focus on requirements first before you now
yeah.
become flexible. Some scholarship opportunity will say include the name of two references.
Yeah. Okay,
What are
for
you going to do?
references, if it's about references, I don't think it's compulsory. For somebody like me, I did
Uh-huh.
not include references. So I wrote available on request.
Exactly.
Because
Yeah, for
most of our professors back home, if you don't tell them about an incoming letter or an incoming information, they might not attend to it. They might not, even if they see a mail about you or something, they might not attend to it. So if you keep on putting references, them as references, if any information gets to them, they might not. It's not like a recommendation letter that they are already aware that you need it. They're already aware that they have to submit it for you. So I think in cases of references, you don't have to.
Yeah, that's actually very correct. That's very correct. Well, I remember when I applied for my PhD, I think the lady asked me to attach or to add two references, I mean their names and their email. So, and I know why she did that. It was because she wanted them to provide like a reference letter. So that was why she said I should include them in my CV. So I just went to the bottom, part of my CV, and I included two references. Sometimes when they do not ask, you can just put like Dolapo said, available on request. Simple. If they need it, they will ask for it. So it is not in all cases that you put it. But the fact when she was making mention of the fact that she included her supervisor's name, it was, probably when she was talking about the thesis that she carried out. That is the research for her undergraduate. It was just important that you put maybe the title of your project, and then under you put supervisor and you put the name of the supervisor. Why not? It is very, very, like, it is something that you can also do. It's very, very important. Very, very important. Like, put the names of those people. And when you put the names of some of these people, right? Okay, this person is your supervisor. That is the information you are passing across. When you now want to submit CV, when you now want to submit reference letter, try as much as possible to make sure that your reference letter is coming from these people whose name you mentioned, because you don't want to give them that vibe. That was the same thing I told the guy that sent his motivation letter for me to review. When I read it, I saw that he mentioned the name of his undergraduate supervisor. Then I told him that if the university mandate made it compulsory that he mention the name of his undergraduate supervisor, I said when he is providing a reference letter, he should make sure that the reference letter comes from that his supervisor. It is very, very important, so that they would know that you are still having a smooth relationship with that undergraduate supervisor, not that you just mentioned his name and now you are looking for reference letter, you reach out to somebody else. You don't know what these people are thinking, so you have to really be smart. When they are saying you must do something, it is because of a reason. So you have to really try to ask yourself certain questions as to why they are asking for something, so that it will inform the decisions you make, while you are competing for these scholarship opportunities and all of that. So that is that. I think somebody just joined, Adeyemo Moses. I welcome Mr. Adeyemo Moses. I think you actually joined late because we've already brushed through all of the main discussion one, discussion two, discussion three. So right now we are just taking in questions and wrapping our heads around the whole question and answer section. So if you have any question, you can basically reach out to me. My email is in my bio on this YouTube channel. So if you want to reach out to me, you can send me an email. I'm going to look at your email, and if I have that time, I'll respond to you like ASAP. If I don't respond to you fast, just know that I'm very busy, but I will surely respond to your email because I respond to the emails of people. I think this is Dolapo. Do you really have like any other thing to say? What do you want to say to these people? Oh my God, I think.
I do not have anything to say, not with this network. So
Okay,
yeah, I
okay.
just want to appreciate everyone that's actually joined. That it already shows some level of commitment to your application. So I enjoyed the opportunity of speaking or reaching out to you or providing informations to you. And likewise, I will appreciate Tunde for bringing me to his space. So please reach out to him. He can provide you some level of guidance that will help your application. So yeah, it was nice being here. So Tunde, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so
I
much.
want to leave now because my network is not that
It's
it's not
okay.
that
It's okay.
encouraging
We
anymore.
understand. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Yeah.
Dolapo. Like I said, she did not make this to be very difficult for me, and I do not take that for granted. And guys, you have to really understand that getting people to come on live session like this that is taking up to 5 hours is not a joke. So do well with this information that we have passed across to you, because it will be a thing of joy for each and every one of us to get positive feedback from you people. I want to tell Dolapo that, oh, there was this guy that joined our live so time. He just reached out to me that he has gotten a scholarship opportunity. Oh, Dolapo, a guy or a lady said he's moving to the United States of America. It was as a result of that session that we had that he or she got a fully funded scholarship opportunity to move down there. It makes us to be very happy, and because we are going to be aware that we are making progress and we are making impact. So thank you so much, Scholar Dolapo. Thank you, Mr. Olumide. I know you are going to see the body that's joined. I really appreciate, and we look forward to our next boot camp. So yeah, muito obrigado. Ngami Inui. Thank you so much. Thank you.